I'd like to commence the regular meeting of the Board of Education of the San Francisco Unified School District for June 14th, 2022 is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alexander? Here. I'm sorry, excuse me. Student Delegate Hanson?
Here.
Student Delegate Canosta?
Here.
Commissioner Alexander?
Still here.
All right, excellent. Vice President Bogus?
Here.
Commissioner Shu?
Here.
Commissioner Matamidi?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman-Ward?
Here.
President Lamb?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to again welcome everyone this evening. This is our first board meeting we've had since our graduation, and just want to extend our appreciation to and big congratulations to our students of class of 2022. It was really wonderful to be out there both at McAteer campus as well as the Kezar Stadium for our graduations, and thank board members who were able to attend. So big congratulations, and we are so very proud of our graduates of class of 2022. I also am excited to welcome our new student delegates for this upcoming school year. We're going to hear a little bit more from them and their introduction in a little bit, but just wanted to also extend a big warm welcome to our student delegates. And lastly, I just wanted to share, I had the great honor and privilege this afternoon to spend time with the Mission Promise Neighborhood Collaborative, as well as Jeffrey Canada, and for his amazing leadership in education over the years. It was just really inspiring to spend the afternoon looking and examining the collective impact, the work when community comes together, and the impact of positive student and children outcomes and for families, and that was grounded particularly in the Mission District. So just wanted to thank again to the Mission Promise Neighborhoods and to MEDA for inviting the school district and for me to attend on behalf of the Board of Education. So at this time, just want to also extend that childcare will be provided from 5 to 9 p.m. for children ages 3 to 10. The childcare is upstairs on the 3rd floor in the cafeteria, and snacks will be provided. General information, accessibility information, translation services we've reviewed, information to observe the meeting and participate virtually. And tonight, for opening items, our land acknowledgement. We, the San Francisco Board of Education, acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land and in coordinates with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. And we have the approval of board minutes, regular meeting of May 10th, 2022. I'd like to ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman-Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you. And right on time. Yes. And at this time, we will go into our student delegates introduction. I'd like to have Isabel Hanson and Cal Kinoshita to provide a couple of some brief intro remarks.
Hello, my name is Isabella Hanson, and I'm a rising senior at Ruth Asawa School of the Arts. I'm excited to begin serving as one of the 2 student delegates this year. I understand that there are various challenges that our school district faces, and I look forward to building a safe and accessible learning environment for every student. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cal Kenoshta. I'm a rising senior at Lowell High School. I want to echo everything that Isabella said. I initially got interested in the Board of Education during the pandemic, and I've done a lot of organizing since then, and I'm excited to sit on the board and represent students.
Thank you again. We're so thrilled to have you on board. And at this time, I'd like to ask Superintendent Matthews for his report.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I was actually outside speaking at a rally, so I'm glad to be here this evening with you all. Good evening, and I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to start off with our health and safety update to let you know that COVID testing continues through July 31st. Color self-swabs will be available at summer school sites with SF-USD programs for daily pickup through July 31st. 555 Franklin and Tolan Street will have daily picks up, the same as during school breaks through July 31st. There will be an SF-USD contingent at the San Francisco Pride Parade. This year, San Francisco Unified students, staff, and families will be marching in the SF Pride Parade once again. Our district is excited to come together at the parade on Sunday, June 26th to celebrate the right of everyone to be who they are and love who they are. At San Francisco Unified, we're committed to creating affirming learning environments where each and every student is supported in the best learning environment and supported in learning to the best of their abilities. For over 30 years, San Francisco Unified's LGBTQ student services has been pioneer ways to make our classrooms, schoolyards, school facilities, and bathrooms welcoming and affirming for our LGBTQ students and families. I'm also excited about the wide variety of programs San Francisco Unified is offering this summer for students to continue their learning. This year, summer learning will take place at 92 school sites and other city sites with a capacity to serve 17,000 students. Programs are presented in partnership with the city and various community-based organizations and available for grades PK through 12. This year, summer programs will be primarily in person with some virtual tutoring. A couple of highlights for you. San Francisco Unified will host a variety of summer programs focused on literacy in collaboration with the Springboard Collaborative. The district will co-host 5-week courses at 6 elementary school sites aimed at helping students achieve grade level literacy by 4th grade. Students in the middle school step-up program will read from a single book and focus on building positive community. This year's One Book, One Middle School selection as A Good Kind of Trouble by Lisa Moore Ramey. The Black Star Rising program will return in person at Balboa High School. Finally, there are free meals for all youth this summer. The Summer Student Nutrition Services is welcoming back youth into San Francisco Unified School District cafeterias for school meals, which was a practice before the pandemic. All meals are free for any youth under 18. You do not need to be a San Francisco Unified student or enrolled in a summer program. Meals are also available for any student enrolled in San Francisco Unified, even if they are over 18. Each meal is served individually and must be eaten at the location at the school. Meals include an entree, a side of fresh fruit, vegetables, and milk. Find a list of locations Find a list of locations serving summer meals at sfusd.edu/schoolfood, one word. Once again, you can find the list of locations at sfusd.edu/schoolfood. President Lamb, that ends my announcements for this evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matthews. Moving on to recognitions and resolutions of accommodation, announcement of scholarships awarded by organization. That tonight I'd like to invite Kababayan call on Gerald Baldemaro.
Good evening. My name is Gerald Baldemaro. I have the privilege to represent Kababayan SFUSD tonight, and I'm accompanied by Dr. Allison Tintiaco Cubales, We had the pleasure of celebrating our Filipino graduates on May 26th, and we were hosted at Lincoln High School. And we also have over 50 scholarship awardees that we do an annual scholarship for our graduating students, and we were happy to award a scholarship to each one of them. So we'd like to say all of their names. So and also for them, we apologize if we say their names wrong. So for Ruth Asawa School of the Arts High School, we have Parker Burrows, Christopher Isaiah Flores, Teodoro Nas, Ryan Javier, and Kaya Torres. From Balboa High School, we had Alana Guevara, Sydney Peel, and Malaya Redondiez Ildefonso. From Burton High School, we had Maxine Corpez, Angelina Cruz, Faith De Leon, Francisca Espinosa, Pamela Ferrer, Riley Benjamin Gosh, Giselle Gatica, Jasmine Gatica, Shayan K. Intal, Milas Leonilo, Christian Jericho Sabado, and Journey Segua. From Galileo High School, we had Jaira Isabel Aguilar and Suzanne Tanya Mann. Lincoln High School, we awarded the scholarship to Fatima Abdul Kadur, Jordan Aquino, Carla Dagandan, Michael Duhovnikoff, Kiera Galang, and Ethan Rogers. For Lowell High School, we have Alyssa Agudelo, Raquel Basas, Mackenzie Enriquez, Thomas Feria, Danabel Fernando, Tristan Gaerlan, and Gliziel Guinevere Igot. And from Lowell, we also had
From Lowell, we have Renzel Obispo, Janina Morel Quinto, Isis Santiago, Cassandra Sarmiento, Rezaline Tayag, Jana Nicole Umagat, Claude Matthew Villamore, Dennis Yabut. From Marshall, for Thurgood Marshall, we have Carlos Lazaro, King Ivan Sabroso, and then from Mission High School, we have Reese Raven Barles, and then Lisa Manika Guevara. And from the Academy High School, Asharina Cuesta, Wallenberg, we have Hans Justin Lucilio, Shira Gabriel Mejia, and from Washington, we have Aiden Amores, Jericho Guevara, Joshua Ramos, and Kaylee Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our student scholarship recipients, and we wish you all the success in your next education endeavors. Rave, for tonight, we have no Rave Awards this evening. And I also want to note, before we go into the next agenda item of public comment, I will be moving agenda item J to after D. So again, we will be moving up item J to be heard after item D. And at this time, we will go to public comment for non-agenda items. Again, the protocol for public comment. We have allotted 40 minutes for public comment. I see that we have several mini cards for public comment and encourage speakers who are speaking on the same topic to collaborate and combine their comments so that the board can hear viewpoints during our limited time. And again, please note that the board accepts written public comments via email to boardoffice@sfusd.edu. And at this time, all speaker cards for public must be submitted. We will be taking 20 minutes of in-person public comment, then followed by 20 minutes of virtual public comment as well. And again, this is, note that public comment is an opportunity for the board to hear from the community on matters within the board's jurisdiction. We ask that you refrain from using employee or student names. If you have a complaint about a district employee, you may submit it to the employee supervisor in accordance with district's policy. As a reminder, board rules and California law do not allow us to respond to comments or attempt to answer questions during the public comment time. If appropriate, the superintendent will ask that staff follow up with speakers. In addition, we received several emails from public comment. These comments have been shared with board members and are available for the public in hard copy, and they will be appended to the minutes. Thank you. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, President Lamb. So this is a general public comment for items not on the agenda, 20 minutes for in-person. I'm going to call the first 5 names. Please line up and begin. You get 1 minute each, and forgive me if I mispronounce. The first is Susan Wong, Brian Ritter, Josephine Zhao, I think it's Faisal Momoa. So sorry if I mispronounced, I can't read it. And A Wong. And go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Honorable Commissioners, thank you for being here to take public comment from the public. I'm here to talk about Lowell admissions. You claim you want equity, but a lottery at Lowell will destroy the excellence that characterizes it. The just concluded school year saw a record number of freshmen earning Ds and Fs, a quarter of the class. So it's not equity to send an unprepared student into Lowell, even if that is their choice. I'll use a basketball analogy since we're in the championship series right now. And for example, the Chicago Bulls were a dynasty, but they're not at the top anymore. And I believe that part of it is oh, okay. Well, anyway, I would, please bring back a low merit. Thank you.
And again, please note you have your timer right here so you can keep track of your time.
My name is Brian Ritter. I've been a teacher in SFU at Steve for 25 years. I've taught at Burton, Mission, Galileo, Woodside, Log Cabin, and currently Lowell. I'm here to speak about campus safety concerns at Lowell. SFUSD recently created Project 12260 titled Lowell High School State AB 211 Door Lock Replacement. Thank you. This will allow teachers to use so-called Columbine locks and lock our doors from inside the classroom. That said, there are 2 additional safety-related issues. The first is that Lowell does not have a fully functioning PA system. It is not possible to communicate a message to every classroom simultaneously. This issue must be resolved in the name of campus safety. The second issue relates to our shortage of security personnel. Last year, we had 5 on our security team, whereas we were supposed to be allotted 6.5 security personnel. We need the full allotment for the upcoming year. Thank you for your time.
Hey guys, my name is Faisal Maman, and I'm here to encourage you guys to reinstate the merit at Lowell. I didn't have a Lowell when I was growing up. I grew up lower middle class, but we did have the gifted programs, the advanced math tracks, and I found those programs to be a lifeline to me. And I don't think I would have busted out of the lower middle class without those programs. And by taking away stuff like Lowell, these advanced tracks, I think you're taking away this lifeline from the people who need it most. And so I encourage you, please, to reinstate both the Lowell as well as the advanced math, 8th grade algebra in those programs as well. Thank you.
Hello, I am Anna Wong. Dear Commissioners, I stand here today not asking you for anything. I'm here to point out that my peers and fellow city kids are going to lose an incredible opportunity due to gross neglect if you vote to unlawfully implement another year of lottery admissions at Lowell High School. Again, I'm not begging you, I'm telling you. Another election is coming. All eyes are on your vote. The people will know and the electorate will remember. There are many options to consider before completely trashing the 3-band merit system. For example, you can strip all private schools from special consideration in Band 3. Do not take away the school from deserving kids who meet fair academic benchmarks for admission. This issue has not divided the city, as stated previously. It has overwhelmingly united the majority, and we will not stop. Thank you.
My name is Josephine Zhao, asking you to consider restoring Lowell merit-based admission. Actually, the 3-band-based admission, 30% of the admission is based on equity, and my daughter qualified for Band 2. She did not qualify for Band 1 because of her score, but she went through a lot of adversity. I think we need to restore the 3-band before we can go forward. Otherwise, the risk for lawsuit, one way or the other, there will be risk for lawsuit. Respecting the spirit of the outcome of last year's lawsuit, that creates a basis for us to move forward. And then I know that we have a lot of discussion we can make about the different admission strategies, restoring it so that we can come together, unite everyone, and then move forward. That would be the best way possible. Thank you.
Okay, Selena Chu, Rex Ridgway, Jennifer M. Nguyen, Allison Tintiago Cubales, again, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, and Daisy Lopez.
Should I start? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Selena, and sorry. Okay, let me start over again. My name is Selena, and I am a parent of a current Lowell student. I oppose extending the Lowell lottery for the following reasons. Most importantly, we're assuming all students learn the same speed, the same methods. We have to recognize our students are individuals that will learn differently at different speeds. SFUSD should offer more options for students, and we had that back in 2019 when Lowell was merit. In 2019, SFUSD have 2 options for merit, which are Lowell and Soda, while SFUSD offers 16 other public high schools for lottery. We took that away with SFUSD forcing lottery on Lowell. We should not expect all students are the same. Some students needed the competitive learning environment, and we should not force to learn what they have already learned. We should recognize these students' needs and support them, not discouraging them with harsh words of white supremacy and privilege. Thank you. I do have. This is for 2019. This is what the bands are, the band 1, band 2, band 3. I feel like they should have a copy of this.
We'll get it to them. Thank you. Go ahead, Rex.
My name is Rex Ridgway, and my name is Rex Ridgway, and I am also a grandparent of a granddaughter at Lincoln who tried to get into Lowell. But I want to come from a different angle. 24% of the kids got D's and F's at Lowell of the freshman entry. And here's what we have. We have a kid at Bret Harte, where Bret Harte, only 8% of the kids read at grade level. If they go from Bret Harte to Visitation Valley, only 12% are proficient at math and 26% are proficient at reading. Only 26% of the kids read at grade level. Then they go to Lowell. It's like the Michael Jordan of schools, where the teachers are not going to be easy on them and they're not going to be successful. What I would like is that we concentrate everything that we have on fixing the Bayview schools the mission schools, where they can, once they get to Lowell, any other high school at that matter, they can succeed. Right now, it has been a failure. We need to put it back to merit. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm not really here to talk about Lowell, but I am Mayor's Teacher of the Year, and I'd like to comment that when my students aren't doing well, I ask myself what I need to do for them to succeed. And I'm wondering if we're asking that of Lowell teachers as well. I'm here to talk about Empower SF. I am disappointed in the board and your abdication of your responsibility for the nearly 10,000 people who work in this district. None of my paychecks have been correct. I have had errors up to $2,000. I have 4 help desk tickets out right now. 3 are 6 weeks old. One of them, I was told 2 weeks ago, I am owed an additional $600. I have not heard how or when that will be paid, and I have already been notified my June paycheck will have errors. I am my family's primary wage earner. I do not make the kind of salary that our unrepresented management, who are responsible for this, make. I expect you to audit every check and get a standing item on your agendas. Take responsibility.
Excuse me, Dr. Matthews-Wolfel.
Can we start over? Hi, everybody. I'm Allison Tintianco Cubales. I'm a professor of ethnic studies at San Francisco State University. I'm also the proud mother of a graduate of Balboa High School, and she originally was at Longfellow Elementary School. I'm here because I'm one of the writers of the original curriculum that we now know as Filipino World Language Elementary School program. And we are under the impression that it's being cut, and we are pissed and we're mad. And it's really teaching us that we feel like we don't matter to this district. There's tons of research that says that these kinds of programs support academic success, self-concept, self-determination, and we really want to make sure that these programs are living for the next generation. So in terms of the desire to cut or like to limit the program, it's not only that we're addressing now, we're also worried about the future of this program. So please do not cut the program now, because it'll show that you're going to cut in the future. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daisy Lopez, and I am the 3rd grade Filipino World Language for Elementary School teacher at Longfellow Elementary School. In the recent days, we found out that there was going to be a cap on our enrollment, consolidating the kinder and 1st grade classes into a K-1 split of 11 kinder and 11 1st graders, limiting our enrollment, and like Allison said, which essentially will cut our program moving forward from here. You know, outside during the press conference, Dr. Matthews had said and mentioned numbers of how many students we have enrolled at Longfellow currently for the Filipino WLS program in comparison to how many students are enrolled at the Bessie Carmichael Filipino WLS program. And I think that in terms of serving our community in the Outer Mission, in the Excelsior and Crocker Amazon neighborhoods, it's very crucial that we lift the enrollment caps on our program specifically for our students. Thank you.
Okay, next group, Elaine Velasper, Nikki Santiago, Maya Masaka, Mary Beth, and Tori Lanterman.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners, Board of Education. I'm here. My name is Elaine Velasquez. I'm a parent at Longfellow Elementary School, and I've been working in the Excelsior as a service provider, community organizer for more than 15 years. And I'm here in support of our school community because we're bringing this issue to the table today. We're not on the agenda, but the Educational Placement Center has placed a cap, an enrollment cap, and won't actually let us entertain more students to be enrolled in the program. That's detrimental to us. to say that we can send kids to Bessie Carmichael doesn't understand the political situation of what Filipinos are going through, what we have to do to get to the Excelsior, or maybe even from Daly City to Bessie. We want the enrollment cap lifted because we want the ability to be able to enroll and educate more kids, find more families who want to be in this program. And this message that the EPC has told us means that we cannot.
Hello, I'm Nikki Santiago, and I'm a parent at Longfellow Elementary. I invite those who are here with me to stand up as I speak so you can see our community. My child Kaya attended the Filipino LS program at Longfellow from kindergarten to 5th grade. She just graduated in May. Because of this program, my child has blossomed from being a very guarded, reserved, anxious child to being the confident young person that she is, who's rooted in her Filipino culture. This program provided her a bridge to connect to our homeland and have a stronger bond to her Philippine-born parents. Capping this program at Longfellow infringes on Kaya's younger sister's right to follow the same path and be afforded the same opportunity to grow in the Filipino LS program at Longfellow. Marikina is an incoming kindergartner still awaiting an acceptance letter from SFUSD. And being placed at another site like Bessie Carmichael, even if it is under the same program, will displace my younger child from a community that she is already ingrained. I'm standing here to urge this board to push the district to lift the cap for the Filipino LS program at Longfellow Elementary School, not just for my children's sake, but for the sake of many others. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maya Masadka, an 8th grader at Bessie Carmichael Filipino Education Center. Even though I did not attend Longfellow, I have been in the WLS program at Bessie FEC for over 6 years. In middle school, I also picked the new Filipino elective class offered at Bessie FEC. Incoming kinder and first grade students who immigrated from the Philippines may not have a chance to be in the WLS program. Even though I am not from the Philippines, most of my friends are, and them being in the WLS program helped them immensely because it helped them to adjust to living in the US. An example of this is teachers speaking to them in Tagalog to help them understand how to solve a math equation. The program also helps them feel less alone in this new environment, knowing that there are other people like them. Not only does the WLS program help students that immigrated from the Philippines, but also the children of Filipino immigrants who were born in the US. Longfellow is the only other school that offers WLS, so it's incredibly hard to find programs like WLS. Please do not cap the enrollment and support the Filipino language pathway programs at Longfellow and Bessie Carmichael FEC. Maraming salamat po.
Hello, my name is Mary Beth, and I am a staff member at the Filipino Community Center. As an organization that works with many Filipino migrants and families in District 11 of San Francisco, we know how important and beneficial culturally competent programs like the Longfellow Filipino World Language and Elementary School program are to our community. I'm here today to ask the Board of Education to stand with us in supporting the Longfellow Filipino WLS program and tell the Educational Placement Center to lift the enrollment cap immediately. We urge that SFUSD to not turn your back on our community. Think of the generations of families who will continue to benefit from this program. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tori Rancherman. I'm a 4th grade educator at Longfellow Elementary, and I felt it was important for you to hear from the voice of the student. This is my former student, Matthew Mingoa, 4th grader, now graduating. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Matthew James Mingoa, a former WLS student from kinder to 5th grade at Longfellow Elementary School. From the very start of my life, my parents spoke to me in Tagalog. WLS was very important to me because I got to learn more about our own language, history, and cultural values as a Filipino. With WLS, I was more encouraged to learn more about my ethnicity and homeland. I asked SFUSD to preserve this program for the sake of future students getting to learn their origin.
Okay, next group. Leo Warshaw Cardoso, Solicia Almuina, Jason Herbert, TJ Baz, Sarah June Harris, Njaya, your lungs are good. right, you can go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Leo Cardozo. I'm a 5th grade Spanish biliteracy teacher at Longfellow. I'm gonna follow Ms. Lanterman's lead and pass the mic to Chloe, one of our proud Longfellow students.
Hello, my name is Chloe Malia DeWong, and I just graduated from Longfellow Elementary School. I am one of the fortunate ones to be able to attend FLES, now called Burlesque, from kindergarten to 5th grade. I have the privilege to be in a school where they have incredible Filipino teachers who are eager to teach us about Filipino culture and history. They made learning basic Filipino/Tagalog words fun and exciting. Singing and learning Tagalog songs are fun, and it was also exciting to share what I learned from school with my parents. Well, that's an important incoming and current, important to the incoming and current students at Longfellow Elementary School. Culture and tradition plays a significant role in my life since I'm half Chinese and half Filipino, born here in America. It is also the key to my identity and future. I believe having a class devoted to learning about Filipino culture, traditions, language, and history will help us understand and gain deeper understanding of where my mom came from. And this should start from an early age. I'm asking you today to lift the enrollment cap to the last program in Longfellow so that our younger siblings, cousins, and friends can have the benefit to this wonderful program. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Solicia Amuina. I graduated from the Filipino World Language Program at Longfellow, and I'm an incoming 8th grader at James Denman. When I heard that WLS classes had a cap on enrollment, I was shocked and unhappy because that meant future students wouldn't be able to learn about Filipino culture. The WLS program was very helpful to me when I went to Longfellow and taught me so much about myself, and it would be terrible if future Longfellow students couldn't have the same opportunity. The cap is unnecessary, and lifting it has no effect on budget or any resources. The cap also stops Filipino students from having an education that reflects their heritage, culture, and community. Please lift the cap.
President Lam, that was the 20 minutes for in-person that was allotted.
How much more cards do we have for in-person?
I think there are at least 3 still in this line, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 5 more cards of names that I haven't called yet.
We'll take those and we'll have to, we'll see how many virtual.
Okay.
All right, hello. Wait for the timer. Okay, hi, I'm Sarah June. The Bay Area has the highest Filipino population outside of the Philippines. I learned this in a class taught by Professor Lilian Villaraza at City College, where there's the only Philippine Studies department in the nation. Programs like WLS feed those programs that are historic, that are important. And my professor was at risk of losing her job. City College is cutting back, and they say the same thing that y'all are saying. They talk about budget, they talk about enrollment, and I just don't see how we're gonna keep enrollment in our district if we keep cutting programs that connect to the community, that bring child activists out here to speak for themselves, to speak for their community. I don't see how capping this program is gonna raise enrollment in the district and give us funding that we need. And I just wanted to say, thank you so much to all of the students here today. Your voices are so important. And I hope that the adults who make decisions for you can have the same bravery and act in love in the way that y'all do. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Jason. I'm a parent of a rising 2nd grader here in the district, and I'm just here to talk about a couple of issues. So I've been following this board for a while since my son's been in school, and I've seen many times students come here to plead with you to make Eid an SFUSD holiday. And I'm here today because I was told that it was blocked for procedural reasons last time it came up in committee. How very Mitch McConnell of all of you. That's a shocking shocking thing, but I guess we're just decimating cultural institutions these days. I'm going to skip my middle one so I can go on to my last one. Which is that the discrimination queer and trans students and families still experience in our district is intolerable. Please staff SFUSD Queer Trans Parent Advisory Committee as a matter of urgency. That'll do it.
Hi, my name is Jaya. I'm here today as a community member who volunteers in the Excelsior neighborhood to express my support for the Filipino Less program at Longfellow Elementary. This program was created by the community for the community to meet the needs of the community. And we're asking simply for the Board of Education to stand with us in supporting the Longfellow Filipino Less program and to tell the Educational Placement Center to lift the enrollment cap on the Filipino Less program immediately in order to meet the community's needs and feed the youth. Thank you.
Hello, my name is TJ Basa, and this is my family. Nario is 2 years old. Between is 7 months old. We live across the street from Longfellow. We are a Chinese Filipino-American family from the Philippines, and we are raising our kids to be bilingual in Filipino and English. In a few years, they'll be ready for kindergarten, and we hope that they can enroll at the WLES program, Filipino language program, so they will have a stronger knowledge of self and community in relation to the wider world.
Hi, my name is Rupert Stanza. We live across the street from Longfellow. I just want to say that Sara Duterte and Bongbong Marcos won in the Philippines as president and vice president on a campaign of disinformation and lies, which they've been doing so by watering down martial law and the Marcos dictatorship in elementary schools and high schools in the Philippines. If WLS is one of the only programs that teaches the severity of martial law and the Marcos dictatorship during that time, then we need it to keep our people informed of who they are and how to fight fascism. Thank you.
That's all we had for the in-person cards. What's her name? I'm sorry, there may be one more. Okay. All right, yes, Rachel.
At this time, we will hear public comment on non-agenda items. Please raise your hand if you care to speak. If you care to speak to this item, we will have a total of 20 minutes. Each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. Can we have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas tardes. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Tenemos un total de 20 minutos y 1 minuto para cada persona que quiera hacer su comentario. Estos son comentarios que no son parte de la agenda. Gracias.
各位，我哋而家可以進行網上公眾發言。如果我哋總共會有20分鐘嘅，每人會有1分鐘嘅時間。如果你想網上發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. Larry Lee?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute, right?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Let me set my alarm and I'll go. Hello?
Hi, this is Larry Lee. I want to say San Franciscans favor high academic standards and merit-based admissions at Lowell. We will remember those who voted to get rid of GATE, the gifted program, and to get rid of 8th grade algebra, and finally to get rid of merit-based Lowell in this November's election. Please fix the 2 grade level behind situation in reading and math standards, the Lowell situation to merit instead of flattery, the Everett and the old school board leader the land on acknowledgement and not to be outdone, the new head of the school board leaders getting rid of the term chief as in chief financial officer. Don't you have more important things to do instead of wasting taxpayer money on this fluff stuff? Just do your job and stop wasting taxpayers' money, please. This is Larry Lee. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. That's your time. Ruby?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ruby Toralba, and I am a parent at Bessie Carmichael's Filipino Education Center. I'm speaking today to stand in solidarity with Longfellow's Filipino Burlesque program. My own child was part of the Filipino language program at Bessie, and it greatly impacted his sense of community, sense of belonging, as well as cultivated pride in who he is as a third-generation Filipino. I also know firsthand that the impact and benefits of learning Filipino language, history, and culture extend beyond our students. The program also strengthens our community of teachers and families. Capping enrollment of Longfellow's Filipino Burlesque program will reduce access to an education that affirms Filipina XO students' identity. This feels like another blow to our community and tells us that our language and our stories do not matter. Robust cultural and language programs are a benefit to all of our students. I urge that the board lift the enrollment cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Hello, my name is Jennifer Freeman. I'm the principal of Longfellow Elementary School, and I'm here to speak in solidarity with our teachers, community members, and students, and asking the Educational Placement Center to please remove the cap on our kindergarten and first grade classrooms. We would like to be able to enroll up to 22 students in both kindergarten Filipino Burlesque and 22 students in first grade Filipino Burlesque. This is an equity issue. There's only 2 programs of Filipino World Language in the elementary school in the entire nation. And we need to have these spaces available in order to provide ethnic studies to our youngest students and members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Chandra?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Chandra Ray, and I'm proud to be the school social worker at Longfellow. I'm calling to voice my support for maintaining full kindergarten and full first grade classes for the Burlesque program. Burlesque provides a culturally responsive and relevant curriculum with equity and justice at the center, whilst holding high expectations and demonstrating a deep love for the community as a whole. This program is vital not only for the academic education of the children, but also for their mental health. Filipino students in SFUSD have disproportionate rates of suicidal ideation. If this board, this district, and this city care, as you say you do, not only about the education of young people, but the overall health and well-being of young people, prove it by raising the enrollment caps for the Burlesque program immediately. The importance of this program cannot be overstated. It must remain intact for decades to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rionda?
Good evening, Board Commissioners, Dr. Matthews, Deputy Superintendent for Marthel. I'm here tonight to speak about Lowell. While I understand that change is difficult, change is necessary. The merit-based admission process was first illegal and is systematically racist. To state that the school is being downgraded because the students aren't able to pass their classes as freshmen, why won't we remember that these babies just came out of a pandemic? Many of them only spent a small portion of their 7th grade year in an actual classroom and none of their 8th grade year in an actual classroom. And to ascertain that the numbers of children that are failing are Black and brown or represent the entire number of students that are failing is simply ignorant. We don't even have enough babies in the district to make the percentage of numbers of babies that have D's and F's. All the babies are struggling. So shame on you, Lowell teachers, if you weren't prepared to educate our babies and understand that we're coming out of a pandemic. We have to do better. SFUSD needs to end this systematically racist practice now.
Thank you, Rihanna. Team 3. Team 3, are you there? Andrea?
Hello.
Yes, Andrea?
Hello, my name is Andrea Mackey, a Filipina and former SFUSD educator, calling in to demand that the Board of Education support the Longfellow Filipino Willis program and to tell that the Educational Placement Center to lift the enrollment cap immediately. We want the school site in control of the classroom sizes in order to meet our community's needs. Research out of SF State, the U.S. Department of Education, and Health and Human Services, and importantly from the stories that we've heard to hear today from students, parents, and educators, has shown that maintaining our languages supports social emotional development, facilitates and deepens relationships, support the home-school community collaboration, and sets up our youth for the future as there is a growing need for individuals who are proficient in 2 or more languages. This program is critically important as there's so many Filipinos in SF and Tagalog is the 3rd most spoken language. Yet there's currently thousands of residents being impacted by the lack of translated materials in Filipino. This signals to us that Phil-Ams are not worth the investment of funds, attention, and leadership. In other words, the city has deemed Phil-Am lives as unworthy and ignorable. If you want to be part of anti-Asian hate, then support the Longfellow Willis program, lift the cap, and invest in the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Cami?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Cami Yamamoto. I'm a member of Kapwa Health Collective, an organization of health students and professionals. We are one of the many organizations who signed on to the petition to save the Longfellow Filipino Willis program. This program is important to me because I wish I had something like this growing up. In Hawaii, it has a big Filipino population similar to the Bay Area. I never learned my language because my family wanted to be as American as possible, but our culture is nothing to be ashamed of. To our organization, it's important to protect this program because cultural preservation is an important part of youth health and well-being. Learning our language, embracing our culture, and connecting to our community allows us to be closer to lands that we're separated from. Programs like this should be nurtured. It's the diversity that institutions like SFUSD boast about. I urge the board and all stakeholders to protect this program, lift the enrollment cap, and allow these youth to exercise their right to education. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie?
Hello, my name is Valerie Francisco Menchavez. I am a parent of a rising 2nd grader in the Filipino Willis program at Longfellow Elementary. I have a son waiting in line to enroll in Filipino Willis kindergarten. If the caps are not lifted, we will not be able to give our son the same culturally and linguistically relevant education as our daughter because of these enrollment caps. With Filipino being the 3rd highest linguistic group living and speaking in San Francisco, the language ordinance of the city mandates public serving institutions such as SFUSD to serve Filipinos in language. Lift the enrollment caps for Filipino Willis. Let our Filipino children enroll. This is Aya, my daughter.
Father to go to school and go to Filipino Willis.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tom?
Hi,
Tom?
yes. Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yeah, I'm a teacher in the district, and I think what a commenter said earlier about fluff and costing money to remove the term chief, I don't think that is. And so I think that's fluff to kind of make up things just because you don't agree with it. Let's think straight there with that. The other thing is this, you know, I mentioned many times over the past, I guess, year and a half for the upper district staff, management, and for the board to come to schools. I don't know much about the Longfellow program, unfortunately, but it sounds great and the people seem really passion in the community sounds great as well. If they had gone to this program and seen what it was like, the district staff and Board of Education, they would be more knowledgeable and not just cut it just because. If they came to the schools, they would see what not just teachers need, parents need. A lot of parents and community members can't come to these meetings for whatever reason, but maybe if they came to the schools, they could talk and get to know, and then you put a voice and a face to things. But instead, we just assume, oh, that's not needed, or that's okay. But these are real people in real lives, and we're not doing that. So I think we need to not just say we support all the schools and the teachers and stuff, actually do it through your actions and go to the school sites. It's not hard, right? You say you care, then show up at the sites, say hi, play a politician, give a handshake, give a high five, do something, because that's how we see that you care. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Chris Klaus. I'm a special education teacher, usually at Washington High School. This year I'm teaching ESY at Lincoln High School. My kids are awesome, but we had a really hard day today. And I'm just going to share that I do not think I am qualified to teach the class that I'm teaching. Why? I'm a mild to moderate special education teacher. My credential is for a specific level of need. I am teaching a moderate to severe autism-focused class for the first time in my life. While I have been given curriculum materials, they're online, and my students have trouble doing things on the computer that aren't just watching videos. So I'm trying to find ways to make my instruction meaningful, and I am struggling. On top of that, I was given 2 days before ESY started to know that I would be in a credential area that I am not qualified to teach. Then you take away a bunch of the paras for my class at the start of the second week of school.
Thank you,
This
Chris.
isn't right. Fix it.
Melanie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat, members of the board and general public. My name is Melanie Espinhueva Auri, and I'm a college counselor at Skyline College and a mother of a potential Longfellow Filipino Wales kindergarten student. We are anxiously awaiting notification of the decision on our kindergarten enrollment application for the 22-23 year. The Filipino Wales program at Longfellow is the program that we have been waiting to enroll in for our living child's elementary education ever since we knew it was possible. As a previous community social worker and educator in San Francisco's SOMA, I used to provide support education to students of a similar program at Bessie Carmichael Elementary School, and know firsthand the impact such programs have on students' social and emotional development, sense of identity, and academic success. The Filipino Wales program at Longfellow is supported by a community of educators and families that we know personally and professionally, and therefore trust. It is where we feel safe to enroll our child for their education. And this is very important to us as our child has already experienced bullying and othering in educational settings before even turning 5 years old. Our son and family will have a trusted, supportive community in the Filipino Wales program.
Thank you.
Please lift the cap.
Samsung? Samsung?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yeah, this is Maina Young. I'm in support of reinstating the Lowell merit-based admissions because my kids, they were fortunate enough to have this option. They went shadowing and they chose that school setting for themselves. And I would like to have our future generations to have the same option. It's about challenging our kids in different capacities, and they can have that choice to go to School of the Arts or other schools for their own interests. So Lowell serves that interest for my kids, and I want my other generations to have that choice as well. So please reinstate the merit-based admission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Travis.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Travis Allen. I'm the advisory board president for the American Indian Cultural District. First of all, I want to say we stand in solidarity with our Filipino relatives and what they're advocating for their families. Why do you say the land acknowledgement? Are those just words on paper? Is our resolution just words on paper? At the May 24th meeting closed session, there was a vote taken to not appeal the lawsuit at the murals at Washington. We were not informed.
Time. Thank you. Marty.
Hi, my name is Marty Mays. I'm the community liaison at Longfellow School, and I'm so proud of our students who came before you tonight, as well as our staff and parents. This is a testament to how important the BLESS program is to our community. Please lift the cap and allow future students to benefit from our BLESS program at Longfellow. Our community needs it and deserves it. Thank you. Also, thank you, Tom, for your public comment to the board.
Thank you. Mary.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Lahori. I come to you as a parent, first and foremost. My daughters are mixed identity of both being Black and Filipino. And so I stand in solidarity with the WLES program. When I think about our Filipino cultural values, I think of Kapwa, and we have this shared identity. And even though my girls do not go to Longfellow, they're part of Galing Bata, and they've learned about their Filipino culture and history. And so I ask you to lift the cap. I also stand in solidarity for Lowell, and that we really combat the anti-Blackness that is happening at that school. Being Filipino myself, we know that we stand in solidarity with the Black community. So I'm asking you to really examine your practices at Lowell and as a district. So please keep open enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Travis.
Hi, yeah, I was cut off earlier, but I just want to say that the vote that was taken on May 24th,
Mary, if you already went, we're going to hear from people who have not given public comment. Thank you. Katrina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi, my name is Trina. I'm a community service provider in Excelsior, and I'm here in support of the Filipino WLES program at Longfellow. Programs like WLES are crucial in providing a safe and critical space for young immigrant children to stay connected with their homeland. I currently run a program for SFUSD high school students who are just now learning the importance of community advocacy, protecting and preserving their culture. Very recently, they learned that relevant education and language are under direct attack in the Philippines at all levels due to disinformation campaigns and revisionism. And it is a shame that youth who are only becoming aware of this in high school and college are seeing similar attacks on relevant education at Longfellow, which holds one of the only 2 elementary Filipino programs in the contiguous United States. As families with much younger children begin to immigrate from the Philippines to the US, it is important that we uplift and enrich their struggles and needs rather than repress and cap them by supporting robust and thriving programs like Filipino WLES that give immigrant children a place to assimilate. Thank you.
I'm going to, excuse me, Ms. Butter, yes, that is the 20 minutes for virtual public comment.
Okay, we will close public comment for non-agenda items at this time. And we will now hear from SFUSD students. We will hear from SFUSD students who wish to speak on any matter. Students will have up to 2 minutes to speak unless otherwise indicated, and we will dedicate 15 minutes for the general public comment period set aside for SFUSD students.
Thank you, President Lamb. I have 2 cards for in-person. The first name is Matthew Mingoa, and the second is Jesse Lee. And Miracle. Miracle can come up now and line up if your name is called. Hit the button, buddy. There you go.
Since I already spoke, I'll let my classmate Kaya speak for me. Hi, my name is Kaya Victoria, and I just graduated 5th grade at Longfellow Elementary School. I was part of the Filipino Less program from kindergarten all the way to 5th grade. I loved being in the Less program because of the fun way teachers connected being Filipino to how they taught us. We would play games, read stories, and even watch videos on being Filipino. I hope in the future that my little sister and so many other young Filipinos will get to experience this very meaningful program. Thank you. Jessie Lee had to leave, so I'm speaking in her place. Hi, my name is Ala GC, and I will be a 5th grader at Longfellow. I was in the Filipino Willis program for 4 years, and I really love it. I want to share some of my opinions about why you should not put a cap on enrollment. I think it is important not to combine the first and kinder classes because the parents won't like it. The parents won't want to go into it. The parents won't want to go anymore, and then they could very possibly shut down because no one's going into it. Our program is one of the 2 Filipino language and history programs in the whole country, and an accomplishment like that is very, very, very important. You have to be careful with it because it is so important. Putting together the classes will clearly have a negative impact on the program. If you already know that, please just change your mind and make the decision to keep the program alive. Me, myself, I've loved being in this program because I've learned so many different things from different perspectives and cultures. There are over 7,000 islands in the Philippines, and kids should really learn about them and the culture of the people there. Please don't make this decision to mix the classes. It will impact the whole program. I strongly believe that the Willis program is perfect just the way it is, and it should stay that way.
Hi, I'm Miracle Coco Asia. I was a senior at Mission High School. I just graduated of class of 2022. I am going to a 4-year university, San Jose State. So I'm coming up here to talk about Miss Jordan. Miss Jordan really helped me out in applying for colleges and many other things in my life that we don't have a lot of Black educators in SFUSD. So for her to be gone in SFUSD, not to acknowledge her as not only a Black educator, but helping out the kids is really disrespectful to us as youth. Because we look up to Miss Jordan. Like me, especially being an African-American young lady, I look up to her and I can see when I want to do when I get older to the youth. So Ms. Jordan has really helped me out personally. I know applying for colleges, looking for jobs, and everything else in that source. So I just want to acknowledge that she's the great person. She's a great educator. She helped every African-American in SFUSD all around. So she's just really amazing. And for me, I just want to thank her for everything, because without her, I don't think I would have graduated on time and doing everything with colleges, jobs, trying to get money for fundraising and everything else. And I feel like she's an older lady and she's been doing this for years. So why wouldn't anybody acknowledge her presence when she comes in the door? So to us, It's like Michelle Obama or President Obama, we look up to her like that. So for people to disrespect her and build her down like she hasn't did anything for anybody, it's like really disrespectful on our part. And again, as being an African American. And in San Francisco, as you can see, a lot of African Americans are getting pushed out. And we don't have a lot of African American teachers at that. So who are our young youth supposed to look up to? Our youth are getting killed, our youth are going to jail, there's nothing else to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask the public to refrain from using any names, please.
She don't work here.
I understand.
Hello, my name is Malia Powell. I am here to speak on the behalf of Ms. Jordan. I just wanted to talk about my experience with her along with so many other students. I love what my friend Miracle said about the fact that she is a role model, not only in the community, but to youth, for youth to look up to. I recently graduated class of 2022 also, but I came back to San Francisco for high school this year. And it was a journey. It was a real journey. And Ms. Jordan was an important and quintessential part of that. Honestly, I don't think I would be where I am without her. She has done so much in the community, and not only has she respected students, but she also showed them direction and path and gave them a vision to follow. And if that wasn't all, it was the fact that she laid out steps, because we know what it's like for minorities in, San Francisco and even the school districts as a whole, but it can be hard and it can be a trying journey, but we need people that are going to not only advocate, but also be resources and be capital to us. Ms. Jordan has helped me with countless things this year, involving me in everything from BSU to a fellowship with SFUSD, where I got paid $2,000. Actually, because of this, it has put me on a path to greatness. Not only was I accepted into so many colleges I didn't think I was going to get here. I'm going to Northridge in the fall, but also today I started a new job at the airport, and I just quit my old one, which was a new concept. And the reason why I did this was because I was looking for a difference, looking for somewhere that I can reside and have a voice. And I figured that out in the resources that she gave us and things. She showed me how to write and all types of other things. But anyways, yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jordan Nicholson Smith. I'm a product of SFUSD. I graduated just we're still in that month, actually. I just graduated, and I'm going to Southern University A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I came up here as a student first because Ms. Jordan is my grandmother. So I came up here as a student because just seeing over the years growing up under her, like I've always wanted to go to Mission because I saw how the Black kids were valued and how they had different opportunities that other kids in the places that I was growing up with before didn't have. So watching her get all these different people into different places, she's had kids that went from the projects in any part of the city to great people at universities and people that help in the community and different accountants and stuff like that. But specifically for me, I know for a fact that I was not going to graduate. And she didn't come to me with that, you have to do it because you're my granddaughter. No, she came to me straight like she came to the rest of her students. She came to me and told me that you either have to get it together and fight like the rest of us have to do, or you're not going to be able to make it. And I listened to that and I felt that because nobody else has been real to us how they should have. And I just feel like my grandma deserved the credit that she worked for. She was in this as long as I've been alive almost. And for her to just be pushed aside like that and given that letter a day after her birthday, is very, very hurtful to me because I know for a fact she's helped countless people in here. And I know for a fact that a lot of you people in here have smiled in her face and knew that this was going on. And I don't appreciate it at all. Y'all could at least give her a party or something at the end of the year. Like, it's not fair. She old, but we all get old. She was still running with it. She was still helping. She didn't give up. She still ain't gonna give up. Regardless if she's here or not, she loves her Black people, whether they do something to her or not. And I commend her for that. And I'm sorry that I'm taking up too much time, but thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexis Johnson. I recently just graduated from Mission High School as well. I'm here to speak today about the support and all of the opportunity that Ms. Jordan has provided me during my high school career. Just as an SFUSD student, you see how much kids in this community struggle in terms of education as well as all other aspects of life, I guess. I just want to highlight, just the work that Ms. Jordan has been doing for all of us. I really think that it is in the best interest of Mission High students and students all across the district if you would reconsider her place in our educational journeys and to not cast her aside, as Jordan just said. Thank you. My friend Jessie asked me to play this for her.
Filipino language sticks deep on the roots left behind from our foremothers and forefathers. The only language is in English. Please, let's not forget others. Our language blossomed and grew from our rich soul and rich history. We're all a community, and we all stand in unity. Why would you want to destroy it if you alone don't enjoy and understand? When we're talking about our Filipino language from our motherland. I may be the one talking, but I'm speaking the words of the concern. I'm saying that the Filipino language needs to be learned.
Thank you. I'd like to call Aisha Jordan.
Good evening, all board members and everyone here in the building. I'm Aisha Jordan, Reverend Aisha Jordan. My mother is Linda Jordan. She's worked for San Francisco Unified for 17 and a half years. I just want to say shame on you. How you let her go like that was horrible. A day after her birthday. A lot of people would not have employment had she not started 17 years ago. And I can say this because I don't work here. She started 17 years ago, and the work that she did, the innovative work where she saw a need for families, and she went and worked on her days off, spent her own money. There are countless people who have graduated from college, and they come back and work in the city, and they came up under Miss Jordan. So shame on you. Shame on you. Tonight, you're going to see a presentation. A lot of that is her work. Shame on you. May God have mercy on you.
That concludes student public comment.
Thank you. We will now move into item D.
Will we hear virtual public comment from students?
Oh, I'm sorry. Virtual public comment for students.
Can we confirm that they are students, please?
So if you are a student and you care to speak, please raise your hand. As a reminder, we are only hearing from students at this time. Okay, there are 3 students. Or Vivette?
Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of students. This
I'm sorry,
year,
we're hearing from students at this time. Thank you.
yeah.
Again, if you are a student, raise your hand.
The students weren't able to call in because they were kicked out of their study space a week before finals.
Okay. Go ahead, caller. Caller, are you there? Israel?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Israel, go ahead, please.
Yes, hello. I'm a former student advisory council member for Mission High School, and I'm currently a Morehouse sophomore, Morehouse College sophomore. And I can guarantee you that countless disenfranchised children in SFUSD have gone to college for half the wage or no, because I know I am a full ride scholarship.
I'm sorry to catch up. We're hearing from current students. Thank you.
Please, this is my ask to the public. We set policies and procedures and practices, and we allocate this specific time for students. And I ask that adults who are calling in, that they are calling in during the public comment sections. We also allow public comment for every agenda item that is listed.
Sophia?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Sophia Valen, and I am a student at Balboa High School. I'm also a participant of Kabataan SF, an after-school youth program that teaches Filipino high schoolers the importance of relevant education and Filipino culture. And I am here in support of the Longfellow Elementary Filipino Willis program because cutting one of the few Filipino programs here in the SF is unjust to all the Filipino students, educators, and community. Already in SFUSD high schools, Filipino language is a rare class that high schools provide. I am lucky to have a Filipino language program at Balboa High School. To hear that one of the two elementary Filipino language programs are being cut makes me and other Filipino youth feel limited to our access to education. So we urge the school board to lift the cap on enrollment and restore the enrollment numbers to normal, because when SFUSD cuts Filipino programs, they are also cutting Filipino youth's interest and education to their culture and history. Thank you.
Thank you. President Lam, that concludes virtual public comment.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone that came out for public comment. We will now go to agenda item D, the advisory committee reports and appointments. And I'd like for our LCAT recommendations of PAC through the joint advisories of PAC, DLAC, APAC, and CAC-SPED. And I'll initially call on Michelle Jackmanegas to introduce the item, please.
Thank you, President Lam. Good evening.
We can maybe just pause for a minute while we allow the public to exit. Great, thank you.
Thank you, President Lam. Good evening, commissioners, new student delegates, superintendent, staff, and members of the community. My name is Michelle Jackmanegas, and I'm the coordinator for the Parent Advisory Council to the San Francisco Board of Education. The Joint Advisory Council is representative of 8 family and community advisories across SFUSD, which you can see represented on the slide before you. I am honored to be joined this evening by my colleagues, Letitia Irving of the African American Achievement and Leadership Initiative and Program Manager for the African American Parent Advisory Council, Danielle Utley, Family Education Integration Specialist for English Learner Programs and Services in the Multilingual Pathways Department, and Liaison to the District English Learners Advisory Committee, and Julia Martin, Ombudsperson for SFUSD's Special Education Services and Liaison for the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. Together this evening, we present to you the Joint Advisory's report and recommendations for spring 2022. Next slide, please. This is an overview of our report this evening. We'll start with appreciations and acknowledgements and share the context within which we present this report, along with challenges faced this year. Then we'll highlight successes from the work as well as strategies going forward that we hope will make us even more successful going forward. And we'll provide an overview of our engagement process along with the feedback and findings from our LCAP work, which inform our asks and expectations. For your reference, we've also shared a brief appendix at the end. Appreciations. First, we appreciate this opportunity to present to you, to staff, and to the public. We understand that often what we bring to this space is not directed at you as a board, but rather to staff and the district as a whole. However, you are ultimately responsible for holding the district accountable, and as it is currently the venue that we have access to, we'll continue to do so. We acknowledge that our strength comes from collaboration, and we would like to deeply appreciate all of our volunteer parent leaders, our dedicated community partners, and the district staff who have worked with us and helped to support us in this work. There are too many to name right now. This year has been one of incredible uncertainty and dynamic change in our city, our schools, and our district. The challenges of returning to an in-person learning and coming out of the pandemic has been traumatic in many ways for our students, families, and staff, the effects of which we will all experience for some time to come, and from which we hope to also continue to learn and grow. Next slide, please. The pandemic has been hard. Tier 1 foundational family partnerships across the district has been minimal due to COVID protocols, staffing shortages, and prioritizing immediate student needs. Families are exhausted, and we rely too heavily on unpaid volunteers to do a lot of necessary work. We are coming to the end of our first year in a 3-year LCAP process, and engagement looks different than it would in a year preceding a new 3-year plan, more focused on reflection, updates, and revisions. LCAP is Local Control and Accountability Plan. How we plan for and engage educational partners in different district endeavors is currently siloed. We have a plan to change that. Challenges. Combined with all of this, the unpredictability of COVID, often unclear or changing guidelines, and a lack of sufficient technical support has made it incredibly difficult to plan for and conduct large-scale community engagement around the LCAP this spring, for which we want to apologize that we did not get to all the communities we intended. Also, families are tired. They're tired of being asked what they think when their priorities remain largely unchanged over time, and they don't always see that the input that they give is either put into place, or if it is, it's not communicated back to them very clearly. This isn't to place blame on anyone, it's simply the result of our situation coming out of this pandemic together. Next slide, please, and I'll turn it over to Danielle.
I'm going to share about our successes and strategies. We were not able to engage the community as broadly as we would have liked, but we were able to conduct LCAP-related conversations with the Student Advisory Council, the African American Parent Advisory Council, the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, the District English Learners Advisory Committee, Foster Youth Services Coordinating Program Committee, the Matua Advisory Council, and the Parent Advisory Council. The completion of a mid-year review of the actions and activities in our current LCAP by upper-level district staff this year was incredibly helpful. Their evaluation of the actions and activities is critical for the continuous improvement process in this work. What that looked like. The staff determined what actions or activities were being implemented, to what extent, and if they were successful, it was then determined if they should be adopted. It's working, let's keep doing it. Adapted, it's something somewhat working, and how can we improve this? Or abandoned, it's already been done, so we can either check it off our list, or it's not being implemented or not successfully. So let's try something else. Despite these challenges, we feel that we did meet our obligation of compliance for gathering parent input, especially from some of our most impacted families. However, we're not satisfied with this, and we're working towards a deeper commitment to our students and families and to engaging a broader array of educational partners going forward. What we hope will be a useful tool in supporting this work is in current development, a team that includes Chief of Staff Jill Hogendijk, Executive Director of School Strategy and Coherence Joya Balk, Director of State and Federal Programs Dr. Roderick Castro, District Staff and PAC Coordinator Michelle Jacques Menegas is in the process of creating a cyclical calendar or planning tool that will include school site councils, LCAP and budgeting processes, enrollment and student assignment timelines, instructional calendar planning, and more. The goal is to have a comprehensive tool that can be used to effectively plan and avoid clustering community engagement activities, stage informational opportunities for staff and families, and create opportunities for meaningful feedback and to make the important decisions that, for example, school site councils are tasked with making. We are also partnering with Parents for Public Schools to help provide resources to families around school governance, best practices, and a lot more. In order for this work to be successful, several things are needed. We need a district-supported and funded LCAP coordinator, a commitment to the cyclical planning process just described, and for the board to come through on its expressed desire to find ways to increase dialogue and follow through with family advisory groups. Next slide, please. In our engagement on the LCAP this year, we focused on highlights from the mid-year review process, asking families to respond to a selection of actions that were identified as having been implemented effectively, and also on actions that staff had identified for initial focus for the 22-23 school year. When we asked families to choose one of the actions that they could see as visible at their child's school site and to share how they saw it being implemented. We then asked families to select 2 to 3 areas of focus for the coming year, as well as to inform us of what we were missing. We experienced that some families need the educational jargon and acronyms to be translated into more easily understandable wording. Despite our efforts to get specific feedback about the LCAP, families' feedback is shaped by their lived experience in this district, and we must validate and value this. Next slide. Thank you.
Here is what we heard in our feedback sessions. Families' priorities remain largely unchanged, key among them being mental health needs of our students, staff training and stability, loss of learning during the pandemic and a need for tutoring, appropriate literacy supports, and clear and timely communication. Communication continues to be an ongoing issue, especially for our families who are not fluent in English. Specifically, the lack of clear communication regarding the expectations and services provided to support their students. Families need more information and guidance to be able to use the tools and technology provided to help their students. Specific concerns we heard included our foster youth and other students experiencing delays in assessments and delays in accessing mental health services. Emergent bilingual learners often not getting evaluated for or being denied an evaluation for a learning disability, as well as delayed reclassification of English language learners. Continued comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, CSACE findings, of African American students being disproportionately referred for special education services under the eligibilities of other health impaired, emotional disturbance, and suspensions for the last 7 years. Families also had requests. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. Families also had requests, and we are glad that the district is delaying the implementation of the new student assignment system, as many questions and concerns remain for our families. Families are also very concerned about how the budget deficit will impact their students' learning experience. We ask that the district provide as much clarity and transparency as early on as possible when tough decisions are being made. As a joint advisory council, we acknowledge and value family choice. We also want to acknowledge that we've heard from many of our most vulnerable families that continued emphasis on masking is critical for their safety. Across difference, everyone is in agreement that free school meals has been transformative. Please continue this important service. Next slide, please.
As we move into the ask and expectations, we know the Board of Education and district staff are working on ways to increase meaningful engagement with our advisories and to support direct lines of communication between advisories and staff in order to foster more dialogue and direct resolution of issues and concerns. For that, we say thank you. We ask that you continue to provide structural supports necessary for this work to be successful and meaningful. That includes providing for an LCAP coordinator, which we believe is already in the works. Providing a coordinator for the Queer Transparent Advisory Council, the Cpac, and to publicize a clear plan for moving forward with this process. We ask that you find ways to include parent leaders in district professional development when possible, and to provide technical supports necessary for family volunteers to equitably engage in district advocacy and decision-making. This includes access to devices, reliable internet, staffing to support hybrid meetings. And we also ask that you exempt family volunteers from Brown Act public meeting requirements by either lobbying for AB 1944 or an exemption from the Board of Education. Next slide, please. In all that you do, we are asking that you prioritize the voices of our district's Black and Brown students and others who are not adequately and appropriately supported and whom the district has historically failed to successfully support. We also ask that you prioritize funding to provide proven successful strategies that support students who we are failing. We are not educating the each and every equitably and not successfully. And we want to be clear that that is not what we believe is anyone's intention not to educate our children, but it is the truth. At this time, we are asking that the district articulate a plan to address situations at specific school sites and throughout the district to move from being reactive to proactive, to actively engage in anti-racist work. This includes confronting harm that has been done recently and historically, addressing long-standing tensions in our community, and facilitating the much-needed healing across difference and structure. We must work together and not against each other. It will be hard work, and it will be worth it. In fact, we can think of nothing more important that we can do together. We thank you for this opportunity to present to you tonight, and we look forward to your questions and feedback.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your work with our parents and in the community. Before I open it up for questions and discussion, I'd like to open up for public comment, please. Do I see public comment?
Sorry, we have two cards in for this item. Alita Fisher, Rex Ridgway.
Thank you so much. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 19 says, money answers all things. And the reason I say that is because I had a meeting with Spark, which is a 50c3 organization that funds the needs of the school. And I brought up to the fact that of the $45 million that Spark received in the last 3 years, they only gave the African American Achievement Learning Initiative $611,000. Now, to be fair with Spark, they asked me to meet with them. I met with Spark on the 25th of March, and then I sent them a letter of 19 questions, one of which was the African American Learning Initiative. They emailed me back the next day and said, Rex, we would like to meet with you and talk to you about that. So I just want to say to the African American parent, I will stay on Spark because they have buku money and they have not been funding that. Trust.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alita Fisher, Advocacy Chair for the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, and just so grateful for our liaisons. I think some of the hardest working people in the district sitting right here at this table. You are all loved, and thank you for everything you do for all of us advisory committees. We see you and appreciate you and depend on you. And we need more of them. We need one for the Cpac. We need that full-time LCAP advisor. As Michelle said, all of us parents are exhausted. That's why we're not up here in ways that we have been in years past. We've been asked to do a whole heck of a lot this year, more than any other normal year, as have they. And everyone's burnt out. If we really want to move from compliance to commitment, as Ms. Utley says all the time, I get goosebumps every time, then we need to put our money where our mouth is. If we really believe in this LCAP process, we need to stop asking us to come up here with the same recommendations year over year over year. We need to do something about it. We make the same recommendations every year.
Thank you.
Please, please listen to us. Please do things.
That concludes in person. We can look to virtual.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the joint report on the local control accountability plan. Can we have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
如果對 LCAP 有任何嘅公眾發言咧，而家可以舉手啦。Thank you.
Thank you. M. M.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, I just wanted to say thank you to all the advisories in our SFUSD, especially our parent advisories, and thank you for the hard work that you've done on the support. As a fellow parent advisory council member, I know that I hear a lot of what's in that report by a lot of our advisory overall, and I really just want to highlight that there's one historically oppressed voice missing that you all passed a resolution, which is the Cpac, the Queer Trans Parent Advisory Council. And I'm really reminding our school board right now that you all passed the resolution, but there has been no money committed to staffing a coordinator. We need a staff person to have a Queer and Trans Parent Advisory Council at a time in our nation where trans kids are under attack nationally and even in the state of California. San Francisco needs to be a beacon and step up and be like, here, we care about our queer trans parents and our queer and trans kids in this school district. And I really want to remind you all on the school board that we're here to represent everyone. Please include Queer and Trans Parent Advisory Council with a coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. Sienna?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I was just calling to show my support of the Ali and the APAC committees. I just wanted, as a new parent in the APAC and with the SFUSD, I just want to say thank you to both of those committees for providing me with the resources and the tools to be able to navigate SFUSD. I also want to express some of the concerns that relate to Black student achievement. And I want to make sure that Black children stay front and center when it comes to a lot of the concerns that the board is addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Marisha?
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Marisha Robinson here, APAC parent leader, and I just wanted to give a huge shout out and kudos to our joint advisory committee for being an example of how parents and families work across difference to impact policy and change for our most disadvantaged students and for our focal populations. Thank you all for putting in the hard work and the long hours for not only bringing issues to the forefront and being solution oriented, but showing families and giving families examples of how to do the same and grow within themselves to be advocates for their families as well. And that is all. And on behalf of the African American Parent Advisory Council, we also appreciate the space that we are always included into, and that the other advisory councils also come whenever we say to give us input and information, especially as it pertains to the LCAP or special education and any other issues that they may specialize in within the district. So a true appreciation for you all sitting at the dais and those who could not be here today. Thanks.
Thank you. H. Kelly?
Hi, my name is Hava. First, I'd just like to thank you for this collaboration and this work. I am incredibly grateful. The second thing is I would like to highlight just a couple things. Actually, just one thing that's really important, and that is can't do work in a silo. Collaboration is important. Transparency is important. Fulfilling promises is important. And I just appreciate the work you're doing. The last thing I want to say is I'd like to uplift students and families who are living in poverty. It's interwoven in all the work that you do, but sometimes it needs to be addressed. Poverty and the impact, all of the impacts need to be addressed separately. And I just think that's important to highlight. And I just respectfully ask that. Currently, right now, the category is students who are eligible for a free lunch.
Thank you, Hava. That is your time. Thank you.
Just
Hope.
Good evening. Thank you. First, I want to give just love and appreciation to all the coordinators and managers that are up there for all your endless nights and hours of just dedication well beyond your working hours to do this work, to bring together the collaboration. I just want to thank you for that. Second, my question goes to the board. Now that you have yet another year of recommendations, what are you going to do with it? You know, year after year, and the burnout is real. The burnout is real when it is in the recommendations. What are you going to do with what's being shed? Are you going to share? Are you going to move? Are you going to really take accountability in the actions that are being presented for you? Because you asked for parent voice, you have it collectively throughout the district. So now what actions will you take to really impact the change that our children deserve in this district, our children and our staff? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall?
Yes. Thank you so much. I just want to first, as other speakers have done, to commend this collaborative group of all the PACs. Excellent presentation as always. And I was stuck on what Letitia said, that they recommended a coordinator. So, and as others have said before me, whatever the recommendations are, implement them. Don't just let this just be something we do at the end of the school year, just to put a check mark by it, do it. And then summaries here. Work with the PACs and the schools to make sure the children have reading materials, that children have, I'm sure, lunches, as you did last year, because a child who is hungry cannot learn. So again, I commend this collaborative group, and I hope the board will implement their recommendations and let us know when you implement their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Good evening, board. I am Tony Hines, an APAC leader. I like to uplift the joint advisories. We work within our similarities of working for quality education for all children in San Francisco without division, utilizing synergy and leadership. Now more than ever, SFUSD Board of Education need to support all students. They deserve your best. Please utilize our recommendations. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to open up for questions, discussion to my colleagues. Commissioner Shu.
Thank you for the presentation. While this joint report includes a number of PACs, I understand there are more PACs in our district, 14 or something like that. Then those are not all included in this report. And I understand that there is even an informal Chinese PAC, not yet recognized by SFUSD, which seeks to represent the approximately 30% of Chinese students in the district. A question for you is, had you talked to the people from the informal Chinese PAC? Are there efforts may reach out to them?
Yes, I can address that. Thank you, Commissioner Shu. So during the whole planning process, we tried very hard to coordinate a specific LCAP engagement events with the collaboration of folks from the Chinese Parent Advisory Council, with community organizations, including Parents for Public Schools and others. And we weren't quite able to pull that one together. We tried a couple different times, both in person and online. It was very difficult to get. That's where some of the technical supports came in that we didn't have. We weren't able to get someone to facilitate in language, for example, and then it became this this kind of jumping board of like, oh, are we going to do it in person or we're not? And so it was very difficult. But I will say that I am in regular communication with folks who are in leadership with the Cpac, as well as at least one of our board members one of our PAC members rather, is a Cpac, active with the Cpac as well. So we do try to get those voices in. Again, that falls into we're not completely satisfied with what we did. We know that there's room to grow. But we have been in conversation and we did make some efforts.
Thank you. And I guess the same question applies to the monolingual Spanish-speaking parents, which also constitute a large percentage of our student population. That has been engaged?
And engaging the DLAC that encompasses many of our Latino or Latinx families. So they were engaged in this conversation, along with many of our Chinese-speaking families. The DLAC has a large participant group that represents both our Chinese demographics, our Chinese-speaking families and our Spanish-speaking families. So they were engaged in this process. Yes, thank you.
Can I also acknowledge that we do understand there are other advisories councils that we have to do a better job of engaging. It is not an exclusive group. It's public and open, and the support that we can get from the board when we identify those other advisory councils or from our district staff to let us know so that we can be in contact. But, we'll definitely work harder to engage all.
Commissioner Weissman-Ward.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Shu, for your question. I had similar questions, and I want to sort of echo the love and gratitude for the work that's been done. I want to sort of transition into where you all just left off, which I really, really appreciate the acknowledgement of what we as a collective wish we could have done better. And I think that transparency and that sort of real talk and ownership about, no, we didn't do, we didn't get everything done. And I don't mean a we as in you all, because this is a collective we, is a really important place for us to start in terms of trust and accountability and transparency. And so I think the fact that all of you acknowledge that there is work to be done is how we have to start. When a presentation is like, we got it, like this is perfect, it's usually not. And so I really think it's great to allow ourselves to be vulnerable and say, like, this is where there's some things missing. So I'm really, really grateful for that. I appreciate that you all acknowledge the work for Parents for Public Schools. I think being able to tap into additional expertise is really great, and that, so often we're focused on sort of siloed work, and when we can come together and learn from each other and build upon the expertise is, I think, when we're going to thrive. And I just want to acknowledge, I hear you on the need for a coordinator. I mean, this is a lot of work that y'all are doing. And I think, you know, if we're talking about LCAP, which should be one of the guideposts for how we're engaging around everything, you know, having a district funded coordinator seems to be very, very important. And I think to Mr. Ridgway's, I don't know if it's him or someone else, but put your money where your mouth is important. And I just want to end saying, you know, I think the value, one of the many values for this process, but the importance of elevating voices, and also saying like, and now there's accountability. District, what are you going to do with this? I mean, it's got like the local control and accountability plan, like it's got accountability in the title. So I think that's something that I'm hearing and sort of really internalizing in terms of what we need to do to support the LCAP work and making sure that this is a document that gets us where we need to be. So thank you.
And President Lamb, may I just respond quickly? I will say that we said it a bunch of times in the report, I'm going to say it again, an LCAP coordinator will make that coordinated engagement and everything so much better, really well.
Vice President Bogus.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation and for your work. I guess my initial question is, what additionally do you need to see from the board, from district leadership to kind of acknowledge that we're on a path forward to, I think, meeting the recommendations and the things that have been asked for, kind of understanding like the long-term directive of like, we've taken steps in positive directions, but haven't really accomplished the goal. So like, what is it that you feel like you need to see from the board this year, from the district this year, to know that I guess we're heading in a different direction, kind of understanding the financial limitations we have and the other things that we're dealing with?
I'll just be the first to respond to one thing. I really want to appreciate the work of Anne-Marie Gordon and Jill Hogendyke. They have been side by side with all of the advisories and all of the members of the LCAP task force, making sure that we are informed and making sure that we're looking at the budget, that we understand the budget, breaking it down, making sure that when we go before the community, we have all of the resources necessary to engage. And then that's part of the transparency and the accountability that we have been receiving. And it has been very strong this year. They have been responsive to us saying over and over again, it's not changing anything. And our families are saying the exact same thing. And so I appreciate their creative thinking, and I think we need more of that. We're going to absolutely have to, when things are implemented, because they are happening. The district and the board is responding, but we're not seeing, our parents aren't seeing it on the ground. We talked about felt experience and their real life, what's happening every day in their lives with our school sites matter. And it's hard when families can't see it. So this year's practice of asking, where do you see evidence at your school? So that we can say, see, it is happening. And then where it isn't happening, for the board, for the district staff to come back to us and say, to our families, and say, this is why we could not, right? So just that open communication is one of the things I'll add, and deep appreciation for those two ladies.
Thank you, Letitia. And I'll, I'm gonna say it again, LCAP coordinator. I have heard rumor that we are hiring one, but again, like, I've been leading this LCAP coordination work this year and trying to lead the LCAP task force. And I didn't know that that position was actually being hired for until I heard it word of mouth. So that's the kind of like open, clear communication to the people who need to know that I'm talking about. So I think when we can see that, because so much of the rest of it will fall into place, that dedication of funding for that position would be a huge first big commitment step. Thank you.
I was just to say, I think too, from my vantage point, a lot of the issues that are being brought up by families and the advisory councils and kind of the other groups that provide advisement to the district kind of a reflective of some of the larger issues that we have in a district, like our ability to engage families as a whole. And so even with the LCAP coordinator, I wonder how much capability they really have to reach all of our families, especially our hardest to reach families, especially our families that aren't regularly attending school. And so for me, I really think that we really need to kind of reinvent and reconfigure the way that we're doing things and the way that we're listening to families. Right now, it seems like the customer service arm of the district is the podium right there, and that's where people come to kind of let their problems be known. And in a lot of ways, we're the worst people to support with individual problems at the school site, because we only supervise one staff person who is sitting here with us, which makes it a little bit more complicated to help versus having people at individual sites be able to make sure things are happening and ensuring we have consistent experiences and supports across the district so people can have the same experience everywhere they go, and we can kind of count and guarantee on those things versus kind of what happens now where each site is its own kingdom that does its own thing. And so I guess to say, like, I definitely want to be engaged in supporting as we kind of try to meet these recommendations and have families actually see them, but also really thinking about how we can transform the way that we're listening and hearing from families and how they're being responded to, so that you don't have to come down to Sf5 Franklin to feel like you're heard, and that you don't feel that the board are the only people who care and who are listening to you. And so I think hopefully we can figure out how I and the rest of the board and the district leadership can be an ally in both changing the perception and showing more outcomes for all the hard work that we're putting in to support families in the district. Yeah, please.
If I may, I want to respond to your initial question about like what would be supportive. And, one of the reasons we are all up here is our families are like, we can't come in public, it's too hard. We need more support, we're concerned about our safety, and they're exhausted, right? And so I have families that are trying to juggle childcare, we all do. They're trying to juggle work, and they're trying to come to our meetings, and they're participating and doing all of this work and volunteer leadership on iPhones and iPads. They don't have district emails. They have limited resources. Many of my colleagues here, when they're trying to host hybrid meetings, they don't have tech support. So anything we could do around, like, can we get at least some of our advisory leads, some of our chairs, some of our folks that are doing a ton of work, could we get them a district laptop? Could we get them a district email? Could we allow for them to participate in district trainings? We have all sorts of trainings for staff. Could we offer that for families? We are asking them to give up a lot and sacrifice a lot, and we don't have a lot that we support them with. So I would ask us to creatively think about how we support families.
Commissioner Watavati.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to reiterate what's already been said, but I do want to thank you all. I know how much time you put in, and this goes, for some of you, it's above and beyond. Some of it's addition to the job that you already have at the district. So thank you. I'm going to go further than saying we need an LCAP coordinator. This has to be owned by the district. This has to be an embodied document that we work on all the time, that we communicate about all the time. This isn't about an individual trying to do all the work and coordinate and go after people. This is about a centered document that is about our priorities in the district. It's not a budget document, it's a priorities document, and the budget follows the priorities. Our structure is not working. I completely agree with Vice President Bogus. Like, this is not the venue. And Ms. Jacques-Menegas, you started the whole conversation today referring to this is the venue you have access to. That is insufficient. Oakland employs an LCAP engagement program manager and an LCAP coordinator. Long Beach holds over 20 community engagement meetings, not board meetings, related to the LCAP throughout the year. Berkeley does have trainings for all of its advisories that people can sign up for that are available. You can just watch them online, in fact, as well as participating live. There are many things that we can be doing better as a district to own this effort as the state intended us to. Hayward starts this whole process in January with conversations at every school with staff and parents to identify strengths, areas of need, and hope for the future. And that they meet with students at their secondary schools to include the student perspective. Discussions with labor leaders, board governance workshop on major needs. It is not a board-led effort. And it is not a volunteer to board-led effort. This is supposed to be a district effort. And I'm grateful to hear that you've had very positive interactions and you had a mid-year update this year. That is progress. And I know Anne Marie Gordon has been working her tail off for years on this. And so I appreciate the acknowledgement of the staff members who have been working side by side with you. And I'm glad to hear our chief of staff or head of staff is now engaging with you in a meaningful way, but we really have to do more. And I'm super emphatic, and I'm now going to go into a little bit of into my policy nerd world, and I'm just going to read out some code sections from the California Department of Education so that we're all aware. Code 52062, 1, the superintendent of the school district shall present the local control and accountability plan or annual update to the parent advisory committee established pursuant to sections, and then the superintendent of the school district shall respond in writing to comments received from the parent advisory committee. Number 2, same goes for the DLAC, shall respond in writing to comments received from the English Learner Parent Advisory Committee. 3, the superintendent of the school district shall notify members of the public opportunity to submit written comments regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the LCAP. This should not require printed notices. This is normally done as a survey in most districts or a thought exchange, and it's captured and it's communicated back to the community. The superintendent of the school district shall review school plans submitted pursuant to section blah, blah, blah for schools within the school district. So these are the school plans for student achievement are supposed to be informing what you see. And so when you see this, you understand what's happening at the site levels and can engage with the community in a way that's meaningful and is already reflecting the feedback that they received. Lastly, the superintendent of the school district shall consult with its special education local plan area administrators to determine that specific actions for individuals with exceptional needs are included in the LCAP. Why did I take it this time? Because I sat where you sat for the last 3 years, super frustrated that this board and district didn't take this work seriously and didn't own it. And so I am here as a Board of Education Commissioner, emphatic that we do more than hire an individual and check a box and then set out that person to go fail as a paid professional rather than a volunteer. So with that said, I will return to my comments, and I'll say that, it's clear. I also appreciated that you sent the link to the information that you were given to share out to the community. It was pretty difficult to digest, and I appreciate you muscling through that material. A lot of it is focused on all the things that we spend money on, and it's not focused on how it's affecting our students and their outcomes. And I know you've been repeatedly communicating the priorities of families, and there's not a through line in what we're seeing as the priorities, or it's not clear. And I want to, one last thing, the specific concerns that you raised around reclassification and evaluation for students with learning disabilities, and our ongoing involvement with continued comprehensive coordinated early intervention services are critical to our student outcomes. And you shouldn't have to be repeatedly asking and suggesting those are things that we should be focusing on. So those are the areas that my head is at. There's not really a question in there, and I know I've been I've been monologuing, but I just want to express my gratitude for you muscling through this work without the real support and the partnership with this district, and it will change. It will change. And I really appreciate the time and effort that you've put into this. And we need to focus on student outcomes. It's not about where we spend our money. I want to stop having conversations about how we spend our money and start talking about what the student outcomes are that we want to see and how we're getting there and how we're measuring them. That's what I would like to see. And I know that you all feel similarly, having spent time with you. So thank you for everything that you've done, and thank you for allowing me to express my strong feelings on this subject.
Thank you. I just wanted to round out our discussion for tonight. Thank you all for this work. I've now sat on the board for 3 years, and I hear you about the repeated priorities and feedback that get brought up. And that is why this board is making its decision to really acknowledge when things haven't been working and that there has to require change. And this is, I really take this to heart, to these recommendations, and that appreciate you all coming to this and wanting to partner with district staff and the board. And that is why I feel very strongly that some of the shifts that we'll be making at the board is part of how we become more effective in governing, so that we are focused around those student learning outcomes and the outcomes for our children. So again, this is a partnership. Acknowledge all the work that you all put forward, and similarly, I think as my colleagues have expressed, how important it is how we not only communicate stronger on all parts of our district, but really how do families feel, what has changed as an impact of those decisions that are being made at the district, but ultimately those we hope to be the positive change and improvements for our students. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will now move into item 2 of the confirmation of appointments to the Child Care Planning and Advisory Council, Cpac. I'd like to call upon our head of early education, Minu Yashar, to introduce this item.
Thank you, President Lamb, and good evening, commissioners. I'm Minu Yashar, head of the Early Education Department, and before I read the names for confirming appointment, I would like to briefly give a background on what the Child Care Planning and Advisory Council, Cpac, is for the board and for the public. Cpac is mandated under the Welfare and Institutions Code 10458 to assess all aspects of local early care and education, including supply and demand, and to set priorities for determining state and local spending to meet existing needs. Cpac analyzes all childcare options, including subsidized and unsubsidized, state contracted and private, large centers, family homes, licensed exempt care, infant, toddler, and after-school care, to determine the needs of children and families in San Francisco. Cpac operates as a key collaborative liaison between early care and education stakeholders by providing a forum where consumers, child care workers, community groups, and public agencies can come together to explore ways of supporting all aspects of early childhood education in San Francisco. According to state-mandated and corresponding local ordinance, the Board of Education is the appointing body for half of the Cpac membership. Cpac's membership terms are for 3 years, with the option for 1 additional consecutive term should it be deemed appropriate. The recommendations include childcare consumers, childcare providers, community members, public agency representatives, and discretionary early education experts. The recommended action is to confirm appointment to the Child Care Planning and Advisory Council the following candidates: Jennifer Martinez to a public agency seat, Sharice Dorsey Smith to a public agency seat, Carrie Parada to a community seat, Katie Della Maria to a public agency seat reappointment, and Ada Alvarado Frond to a consumer seat reappointment to serve a 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2022.
Thank you for that recommendation. At this time, is there any public comment, either in person or virtually?
None for in person.
Seeing no virtual public comment.
Thank you. Clarifying questions, Commissioner Shu.
Thank you. I apologize for not being familiar with this particular entity before. And I know you said that the Board of Education is the appointing body for half of the Cpac membership. But how do these people, how do we get these names? Do they apply? Who applied? Only these people, or were they recommended? Can you just share that process with me?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So what happens is there's a rules committee, so people apply to the city. There is a criteria for that application, and they're vetted through the rules committee through the city supervisor's office. So it's vetted there, and then it's brought forward here for the appointees to be recommended.
So the rules committee of the city, not the rules committee of the school district.
That is
And
correct.
can you share how many people applied? When did they apply? What criteria was used? Or?
I can provide you that. I can provide you that documentation. I have that, but I don't have it memorized. It is the criteria is online, and I do have that information, but I don't have it memorized. But happy to share that with you.
Minu, I can also just clarify from my colleagues, the other half of the Cpac members are also appointed by the Board of Supervisors, ultimately approved by Board of Supervisors to serve on Cpac. Yes.
I just have an observation.
Go ahead.
I just, thank you, Commissioner Shu. This brings up for me, I think there's a lack of clarity about all the advisories and oversight committees that are before and appointed by this board. Like, I know that there's others that have, and so I would just ask in the future, as we have, we're asked to appoint to committees, that we have an understanding of what those committees are, what the vetting process is, and that there's standard policies. I think as a body that would be quite helpful for us, because there are any number of committees, councils, oversights, and advisories. And it's unclear how, as board members, how to get the information about what the process is to be on those, and when we will see them. And I know that has been, I'm just going to flag it, an issue with the Cpac at this point. So.
I'm still confused when we say, and I'm looking on the city's website, and it says half of the members are appointed by the Board of Supervisors and half are appointed by the San Francisco Board of Education. So I'm confused. If we are the appointing body of half of the members, why would this not be on our agenda for a vote? Like, why would, I don't understand why it would go through the Board of Supervisors.
So in the last, during my tenure and prior to my tenure, the practice of this board has just been to approve. There hasn't been an appetite or an interest. So I've spoken to the Cpac coordinator, and they would love to be able to present and to be able to share that process. It's just not been a past practice. So that would be something that I'm sure that they would love to be able to do.
No, I'm just sort of, but so is this a voting item tonight?
Yeah, you're basically voting on the names that have been brought forward, who've been vetted through the city to be seated as the Cpac members for the advisory committee. So they've already been vetted, but they have to be voted in. These members have to be voted in by the school board.
Got it. So we are appointing them. It's
Yes.
just that the practice has been that the Cpac coordinator makes the recommendations, some to the Board of Supervisors and some to us.
Yes.
And then they appoint half and we appoint half.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, one more clarification. So if that's what Commissioner Alexander just said is the case, I really don't understand why we're doing this. Why the Cpac goes through this process and then gives half to us to appoint and half to the Board of Supervisors. What's the point? I don't understand.
So SFUSD serves 1/4 of the preschool students that in terms of the preschoolers in San Francisco that enroll. 3/4 of the rest of the preschool community are in private childcare, and so it's a joint committee that basically informs all of the San Francisco childcare. So San Francisco is part of that. San Francisco Unified School District is part of that process. It's just that there hasn't been, to Commissioner Matomedi's point, there hasn't been an appetite in the past for this topic to be agendized and for the Cpac members to bring forward some of the things that have been happening in the city. So the practice has been that we just share the names that then get appointed.
Then I would say that, as Commissioner Matomedi suggested, that there's other committees that need us to approve recommendations or nominations. And I think what we'd like to do going forward is that for anybody, for any entity that seeks our approval, we would like to know what their process is. What I asked originally, when is the application, who evaluates, what criteria were used to evaluate, and why were these people recommended over all the other applicants, in order for us to say yes, because we're not going to do that, but we'd like to know what the process was for this one, as well as Cpac, as well as any other committee that wants our approval. Otherwise, it's a rubber stamp. I don't know who these people are. I don't know how they were selected.
Sorry, and I guess my question mainly then is, did district staff vet these? Like, did you all vet these? No.
No, this is a city process.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a city process, and they've got the application criteria online, and it's vetted by the Rules Committee through the city supervisor's office. And then they're bringing them over to us to be appointed because they've already been vetted.
I'm going to wrap up this discussion. Go ahead, Cal.
I have two quick questions. So firstly, would this fill out all the SFUSD vacancies on this committee, or would we still have open positions?
I believe this wraps up what's needed on the Cpac committee. These are the open positions that are now being filled.
And then my second thing is more of a comment. I do think that if the Board of Education is supposed to appoint half of the members, I think that half of the members should be going through an SFUSD process for recommendation instead of through the city, in order to make sure that the Board of Education is still having some meaningful say over this particular process and over this committee, and it's not just going to the city and coming to the Board of Education for rubber stamping, as Commissioner Hsu said.
I also just want to provide a comment. So Cpac is required by state law. It is also grounded in early education and family support services. While certainly we provide that service, as Minu had highlighted, about a quarter of our children are in early care and education in our preschools. Just wanted to acknowledge, particularly tonight, the candidates have been put forward, have also gone through a process and have extensive experience in early care and early child development. So I just wanted to name that. And certainly I take the feedback this evening from colleagues about having a much more structured, policies and processes that are laid out so that we have that institutionalized. But I just wanted to acknowledge that the candidates that we do have before us have that deep experience in early child care and education, as well as child development. like it when I get to leverage my work in early care and education as well. So with that, we are going to take roll call for the appointments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd ask for a motion in a second.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman-Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
6 ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will now move up agenda item J, the discussion of other educational issues. The annual report on resolution 155-12A1 in support of the achievement and success of all African-American students in the San Francisco Unified School District. I'd like to call on Dr. Matthews to introduce the designee.
Thank you, President Lamb. The staff presenting tonight will be our Director of the African American Achievement and Leadership Initiative, Dr. Cylindra McCray, and she will be accompanied by the Ali team.
Greetings, Commissioners, Superintendent Matthews, and members of the dais. I'm Raynell Cruz Gomez, the Family and Culture Liaison, supporting CSACE, the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Services. My colleagues, Director Dr. Cylindra McCray, Ashley Brown, Program Manager of Advance, Letitia Irving, Program Manager of African American Parent Advisory Committee, and Josh A. Jones, the African American Parent Advisory Council Program Assistant. I'm here to present the Ali annual presentation in support of achievement and success of all African American students. Next slide, please. Today's purpose is to review the historic and current context of Ali, to provide a summary of relevant research and program evaluation related to strategies for Black students and their families, and finally, to share recommendations for Ali and SFUSD to further support Black students and their families. And now I would like to introduce again Dr. McCray.
Good evening, President Lamb, Dr. Matthews, student delegates and board commissioners, community. My name is Cylindra McCray, Director of the African American Achievement and Leadership Initiative, known as Ali. And I would like to begin by stating that Ali was established in 2013 by Superintendent Richard Carranza to provide recommendations to interrupt the inequitable pattern of outcomes for African American students in SFUSD. In 2015, through the leadership of the superintendent and advocacy of the NAACP and San Francisco Alliance of Black School Educators, an African American Achievement and Leadership team was established to lead implementation of the initiative. As such, our core purpose is promoting the success of African American students and families by supporting academic and social emotional learning, elevating effective practices and strategies, and cultivating leaders in the work of deconstructing systemic barriers to African American achievement. From a glass half full perspective, what we know is the graduation rate of African American students has risen by almost 10 percentage points over the past 5 years. But a duality that is that less than half of our graduates are eligible for UC CSU institutions. If we are not intentionally looking at ways that our practices promote or take away from our African American student population specifically, then there is no way that we can meet SFUSD's Vision 2025. Next slide, please. Therefore, we believe that if we engage, affirm, and empower African American students and their families. Next slide, please. Coordinate comprehensive supports for African American students. Support all students and educators in developing growth mindsets informed by implicit bias and stereotype threat. And ensure African American students receive culturally responsive and rigorous instruction. Then we will build relational trust with African American students and their families, prepare African American students for post-secondary success, and create conditions for African American students to learn so that African American students are receiving quality instruction and equitable support. Now I will turn it over to Ashley Brown, who will give a bit more information about how this theory of action is realized through the implementation of our programs.
We believe that the key to quality and equitable instruction for African American students must be found in partnership with their families and through humanizing pedagogies and curriculum. Ali has implemented, next slide, please. Ali has implemented courses specifically to support the literacy skills of younger students, as well as math and science skills of high school students. As a department, we stand by culturally responsive instruction driven by the assets of San Francisco's historic African American community. This year, all advanced program sites fully implemented the teacher check-in strategy. We held our first ever counseling professional learning community with district counseling department. We created deeper partnerships with our high school lead team and curriculum and instruction, including content supervisors in math and humanities to align language and strategies in service of African American students and families. One of our strategies, Black Star Rising, focuses on the critical transition period between middle school and high school to reinforce rising 9th grade students' math and science skills. The relationship built during the spring and summer Freedom Academy and Black Star Rising Summer are sustained throughout their high school years to maintain adult and peer support. We have implemented Kingmakers of Oakland's Mastering Cultural Identity course across 10 SFUSD schools, where students engage with a curriculum that centers the African American experience. And our African American Parent Advisory Council, APAC, now in its 10th year, has begun to expand its team and its reach. One focus this year was creating a roadmap for schools and community partners to follow when expanding site-based APACs. Hot off the press is the APAC How-To Guide. And I will turn it over to Letitia Irving, Program Manager for the African American Parent Advisory Council. Hello again. According to the resolution, next slide, please. According to the resolution that formed the basis of our department, we are to create an annual report every year that includes an assessment of particular services, programs, and interventions provided to African American students over the course of the prior school year. For the past 7 years or so, we have written the report in a way that covers the work of several departments in support of African American student success. However, although there is great work taking place across our district, we still struggle to systematize the high impact actions that yield far-reaching results. Therefore, from a continuous improvement standpoint, our department decided to take an internal look into our own programs and practices and reflect on the specific actions that we can leverage and reproduce for more large-scale systemic outcomes. We partner with CERIS, a outside research firm, to connect with various educational partners connected to each of the programs executed by Ali. While we are still processing the findings, here is some of what we heard echoed by our educational partners. One family said that she feels traumatized when she looks at the makeup of her children's school campus because there are no African American or Black people. APAC membership has allowed her to finally see African American Black people and Black parents on site. She also said that she wants more information on the progress that APAC is making to give her more hope. Another parent in tears said that she loves the fact that APAC exists because there are few other African American families at her daughter's school. For our Black Star Rising program, we heard that BSR also helps students achieve longer range educational goals. One parent described how the program linked her oldest son to internships with stipends. He also took a biotechnology class at City College. Finally, parents in the Black Star Rising program mentioned that the focus on African American children is particularly effective. They said, with a lot of our children, the focus is everywhere else but on them. BSR is teaching them and guiding them in the way that is right. They are like, it's a bunch of kids that look like me, and we are pushing each other, and it's all African Americans. For our Mastering Cultural Identity program, the program is making a big difference. A parent said he's talkative now. He explains himself in situations. Parents talked about children coming home and teaching them about Black history. Multiple parents said that they love their children's enthusiasm, and they come home and do their own internet research on African American history and culture. As one parent said, it gives them something positive. A parent also said, as we're closing out, that we spend too much time learning about other cultures. For us, it's slavery, civil rights, and now we're here. Mastering cultural identity helps us know our value. It would be nice to have this type of support throughout the process, from young children to young adults. One parent who came to SFUSD in October of 2021 is pleased and inspired with the APAC meeting she has attended. You can see this quote on the screen. She is very grateful for the changes she sees APAC making and the resources she receives. The sentiment was felt across the board through the SARAS report. I will now turn it over to Bobby Pope, the Elementary Middle School Partnerships Manager, to tell you more about another program that our educational partners show deep appreciation for.
Good evening. Student voice and student leadership are integral features of the MCI course and contribute to our students' sense of self and their sense of belonging. This is facilitated through our use of an adapted version of UC Berkeley's YPAR framework. In collaboration with SFUSD's iLab and Kingmakers of Oakland, MCI students at Presidio Middle School and Willie Brown Middle School engaged in a youth participatory action research project designed to increase student efficacy and student agency. Our students learned how to select and develop research questions, develop a research method, gather data, and present out their findings. Students were able to present their findings at the Ignite Potential 2022, hosted by Spark, the MCI Crowning Ceremony, the SFUSD Deeper Learning Bonanza, and to Student Nutritional Services. Presidio students' research focused on student safety, on campus, campus bathroom cleanliness, and bathroom supply challenges, like why is there a lack of toilet paper and paper towels in the bathroom? Willie Brown students' research emphasized healthier food options and when lunch is served to active students that are in middle school that like to play during lunchtime. Their question was, can lunch be served towards the end of period for students that need to release energy? Moving forward, we will continue to partner with CNI, and next year we plan to implement an integrated action civics student engagement model in all classes. And now I will pass it on to Gerald Baldemiro.
In reflecting on this year, we've identified a few key areas of opportunity for Ali. While we continue to prioritize the lived experiences of Black students and their families, we know that understanding those narratives in relationship to academic outcomes is a crucial analysis of our work. In this area, we look forward to strengthening our relationship with SFUSD's Research Planning and Assessment Department to leverage their expertise in quantitative and formative data collection, particularly around our department's programming. As we heard from our youth researchers this year, there needs to be a focus on the wellness and the safety of our students. We're hoping to expand on our strategies that center Black students and their families as key voices and designers of what equitable education, wellness, and safety in SFUSD can look like. Building off of the YPAR study we implemented, and in partnership with Curriculum and Instruction's History, Social Studies, and Ethnic Studies Department, like Bobby mentioned, we plan on exploring that integrated action civics framework to support the Mastering Cultural Identity classes, as well as the Black student unions in San Francisco Unified. Next slide. Thank you. We're also continuing our stakeholder design team work in the fall and in the spring. In partnership with Dr. Violet Ballard from San Francisco State University, the design team's goal is to conduct ongoing research and evaluation with Ali to make tangible recommendations for programming and resource allocation. With our current timeline, we hope to return in front of the board and the public to present findings from the design team next spring. And I'd like to now pass it back to Dr. McRae to close out our presentation.
So we know that we do not do this work alone. This is a district-wide effort that we expect to remain a priority for the district. Thank you to CNI, HR, LEAD, APAC, Black students, families, and educators, and every other department, person, and/or organization that helps to make our work a continued success. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Ollie team. Before we open up for discussion, I'd like to turn it over for public comment, please.
Thank you, President Lamb. We have three speakers here. Alita Fisher, Virginia Marshall, Reverend Amos Brown. You can come up to the podium and speak in that order, please. We have 1 minute each. Ms. Marshall as well.
That wouldn't even be an introduction for me.
Right on.
I'm the president of the NAACP.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. You know, I feel like my situation is analogous to that of a mosquito at a numerous camp. So much territory to cover in so short a period of time. But the question of the achievement of Black folk is a deep one, a broad one, and one that this nation has insulted for 240 years plus. Many may not know that even my ancestors had such a thirst for education, even though the system sought to keep us from learning with whiplashes, cutting off fillers, ears. So I cite this to say, let's get this thing right. Black folks know that a mind is a terrible thing to waste. We've always, even during the days of enslavement, went out into the woods where we dug what were known as pit schools, putting planks over thatched roof. Our ancestors learned how to read and write through reading the Bible. And even as another instance, where a Baptist preacher named Barry Meacham in St. Louis, Missouri, back in 1847, when the state of Missouri said it was against the law for a Black person to read or to write. What did Meacham do? He was a master carpenter, and he built a school on a steamboat and paddled over to the state of Illinois, where our ancestors said, I ain't gonna let nobody keep me from learning how to read and to write, to compute, and to show that I'm a learned person. Fast forward today, I think it's time, brothers and sisters, hear me, that we come to the realization that we need to get rid of that boogeyman that Black children can't learn. And we need to get rid of that lie that is suggested that at Lowell High School, if more Black people went there, it would dumb down the standard. We know what excellence is. We've gotten PhD degrees. We know how to study hard. The question is, will the city of St. Francis open its arms and give us the opportunity and let us learn in a culture and a setting that is positive, welcoming, loving, and never viewed us as being auditors. I know haven't said much, but I heard the news. Little Bird told me that you're planning on changing this admission rule. But I submit to you, we need to hear this community. We are not going to turn back. We're not going to look back. We're going to go forward. And we just want you to join with the school board and make sure that we make Lowell High School at the top a welcoming setting so that students who are there will receive all the wraparound services in order that they will be able to excel and make it in spite of the fact that we don't have a sense of community in this town. Why? Because the Fillmore was torn up. And other communities have still Chinatown, Japantown, and the Mission, though a bit of it has been gentrified. So tonight, thank you, Ali members. You did a wonderful job. But now the ball's in the court of this board to show whether or not they believe, show up really, that Black folks can learn, and we can be articulate, and we can compute, and we know how to make great contributions to this culture here in the city of St. Francis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
But I hope you hear me tonight. Watch out. Don't be sly and slick with this matter about Lowell. We all can learn together.
Okay. You know, I hate to follow Reverend Brown. How do you follow Reverend Brown? There's a Negro spiritual that says, I ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. To President Jenny Lamb, Vice President Bogus, Deputy Superintendent Ford Marthel, Board Commissioners, Deputy Superintendent Young Lee, and all of our student delegates, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I say Ashe, Dr. McCray and your team. Job, well, there's another spiritual that says, job well done. So job well done. Excellent presentation. You know that the APAC means a lot to me. On the day of the first meeting, it was my birthday. I didn't tell anybody. I went shopping for their meeting. And someone said me, they go, you get a balloon and all the stuff you have in the party. I go, no, it's for a group of parents. And from that meeting forward, every meeting at Harvard and across the district, filled with African-American parents. Some parents do not look like me, but they're raising African-American children. They're there for the phenomenal agenda. So thank you so much. When you were making your presentation, Reverend Brown said to me, where is my copy of it? I'm going, I don't know. So next time, make sure that we get a copy of your presentation. So when he asks me, I can give it to him. And then I also want to hear about numbers. I was wondering about numbers when you're making your presentation. How many students are we serving and all those kinds of things? So I hope this board will continue to fund this program. You're doing an excellent job. It is very much needed. You can just look at your meetings, agendas, and all around the district, your meetings are full. They're very productive. So Ashe, Dr. McCray, Ashe, Ali team, job well done. Thank you. You can clap.
On behalf of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, and as a parent to African-American kids, I'd like to say thank you very much to APAC and to Ali. The work you are doing is transformative. And it is work that cannot be owned by Ali. The work has to be owned by every single San Francisco Unified School District employee. It cannot belong with Ali. Everyone has to be accountable to making sure that the outcomes of our African-American students are what they should and deserve to be. It has to go beyond tonight's presentation. It has to go beyond the work of Ali. We all have to believe that our Black children are bright, brilliant, capable scholars. And unfortunately, that is not the experience that some of us have in our schools. So as we look at changing committees and things that we do, please make sure that community members, and especially our parents of Black kids, have places to come to share our experiences. I can't tell you how amazing APAC meetings are. They have been a bright spot of wellness and hope and joy in 2 very difficult years for families. So thank you.
That concludes in-person public comment.
If we can open to virtual comment, please.
At this time, please raise your hand if you care to give public comment in support of the achievement and success of all African American students. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
各位好，如果想就住以上嘅報告咧作一個公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. Tony?
Yes, good evening again. This year, actually over the last 2.5 years, African American students have been openly harmed by SFUSD. Not enough resources, not enough outreach or mental health support. The pandemic of anti-Black racism has reared its ugly head in the supposed liberal progressive city of San Francisco. The Black community has been concerned about summer slide. Now we have to deal with the 2-year slide. We have lost allies on the San Francisco Unified School District Board of Education. We are assaulted by staff and families from Lowell and ULOA and whoever is next. We have lost valuable Black staff and leaders. Who amongst you will protect and ensure world-class education to the Black students of San Francisco? Who amongst you will challenge the overt racism exposed by your fellow board members? Who amongst you will stand up for Black children? History is watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Rianda?
Good evening, Board Commissioners, Dr. Matthews, and our amazing Ali team. My name is Rianda Batiste, and I am a very proud APAC leader who has been a part of the APAC team since 2013. This work is often hard, but it is necessary, as our babies deserve our very best. And despite what the stigma is about our babies, Black excellence brews with every fiber in our being, and it needs to be nurtured and encouraged. Our babies need to always remain the focal priority of this district, and our achievement is achievement for all students. Please believe that our babies are brilliant. The numbers may not reflect it, but they are. We have numerous PhD students. We have numerous master's degree students, myself included. So please don't go with the stigma that our babies don't learn or that our parents don't care, because we do, and we're here and we show up and we put in countless hours to make sure that every baby in this district is supported. And we would like the same from each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Marisha?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to give some love and acknowledgements to the Ali team for all of the work that they're done, and an appreciation for inviting an outside agency to actually take a look at the work that was happening and uncovering areas of need of support and areas of achievement, and also really taking the opportunity to highlight and uncover and unearth the work that happens behind the scenes with the African American Advisory Parent Council. The work that a group of some faithful and dedicated leaders has been led by Letitia Irving, and all of the things that we do when everyone's eyes is closed at night, or when we're not present and speaking at board meetings, or just behind the scenes in general, has had the ability to be presented, maybe not all of it tonight, but definitely be presented and put into record. And I thank Ali for being the structure that makes this possible. And I also hope that we continue to take a deep look within ourselves to improve the outcomes for African American students within the district as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvette?
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is a continual issue within the San Francisco Unified School District in terms of their failure to protect and provide for Black students. We come here time and time again year after year, basically begging the school district to take action against anti-Blackness. Your current board actually suspended our equity audit, which was supposed to address some of these issues that is harming students and is driving Black parents out of the district. And just wanted to also state that just this past month, when you guys are talking about education outcomes and how it affects students, Lowell High School BSU was removed from their regular study room just a week before finals without notice. So they had no normal place to even study. So when you guys sit up there and say that you're concerned about what's happening and the achievement gap in Black students, but you're failing to address the ways that students and parents are both being harmed and ignored, it really doesn't make any sense to me. I also sent an email this past month to your board asking for the proper process to file a UCC complaint. And I still have not received any information, any documentation in order to file that complaint on behalf of students who are being mistreated.
Thank you. That is your time. Thank you. Mary?
Hi, good evening again. My name is Mary. I'm a SFUSD employee, but I'm a parent first. I'm an APAC leader, and I'm also a APAC ULOA leader. And I want to thank Ali and the Joint Advisory from earlier for their presentation. They, as well as APAC leadership and AACP and Ali, stood together at the last meeting to publicly denounce the use of the N-word from SFUSD staff. Ali, APAC, and AACP lead have supported ULOA in accountability and implementation of cultural humility and facilitation of restoration. I reiterate the recommendations, especially advocacy around anti-racist practices and cultural humility and having dialogue across difference about race. And that needs to happen in and outside the classroom. And we really need to denounce the use of the N-word. If we don't get this right, the district doesn't get this right, we're only going to continue to harm and break trust with Black students and families. And this, we know, will not help student academic achievement. And I hope that each board member will speak as to how they're going to support Black students and families. Again, this work cannot be held just by Ali and APAC. The district has to also support our Black students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you. Ms. Jordan?
Thank you very much. To Dr. Matthews, President Lamb, Deputy Superintendent Fort Mortel, Deputy Superintendent Lee, board members, and the Ali team, the African American Achievement and Leadership Initiative. The presentation was very well done. Thank you very much. I'm speaking today representing the San Francisco Alliance of Black School Educators. We are in support of your work. We always have been. We've worked within this district for over 47 years, and we will continue to work with the district and with the Ali team. When the Ali team was established due to work done by the NAACP and then Superintendent Richard Carranza, we stood with you then. So we are here in support. I'd like to thank you for your priorities. And as Ms. Marshall already pointed out, we need to see more numbers. We need to see exactly what is the 10% that qualified for the UC system versus what other system? How many qualified for the CSUs, HBCUs? We need to see all of that. And I just wanted to come in today to say that this is not easy work, as you already know, but we and you believe that this can be done, and it's not done in a silo, it's done through partnerships. So partnerships with Mo Magic, Collective Impacts, SF Achievers, and I can keep going, the NAACP. It takes a village to make this happen, and we will work side by side with you as the Alliance.
Thank you. Benjamin?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Benjamin Bennett. I am a senior philosophy major, political science minor at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. We're the #1 debate team in the country, and this summer I'm interning at PricewaterhouseCoopers, the biggest accounting firm in the world. And I only speak to these achievements because they would not be possible without Ms. Linda Jordan. She has single-handedly helped hundreds, if not thousands, of Black kids just like me from San Francisco. So as long as she is willing to do her work, she should be allowed to continue to do so. And when she does decide to retire, her picture should be hanging in the building that you sit in, because there will never be another Miss Linda Jordan. She is irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Colleagues, comments or discussion for the OLLI team? Commissioner Alexander and then Commissioner Shu.
Thank you for your work and your leadership. I have just a simple question. What do you need from us as the Board of Education in terms of support?
Well, we need you to prioritize Black children. We need that for us not to lose focus on that. Black children have been a priority in this district, as written in our Vision 2025, and we can't go away from that. No matter the politics, no matter the changing of dynamics, you have to be bold. We need the board to be bold and to say we stand by Black children. And standing by Black children means making sure that this team continues to exist, making sure that resources go into our individual school sites to support our African American children, making sure that we implement the CSACE plan and supports are around CSACE. It also means listening to our students and our families. They continue to come and say what they need. And I know that as educators and as people who have been doing this work for a long time, we think that we can speak on behalf of Black students and families, but their lived experiences and what they feel on the ground is what's most important. And we have to figure out ways to do more than to just validate and placate them when they come. We all rub backs and say, good job, but to actually sit in partnership across the table and to do this together. And so creating platforms for our families to come and sit and to be on decision-making teams, to make sure that our students have the exact same voice and that we respond to them timely, and we respond to them accurately, and we're transparent. Colleagues?
Yeah, thank you. OLLI was created in 2013, I believe, right, you mentioned. And since then, a lot of money, resources, and energies have been spent. My question is, what metrics have you been using to monitor whether all or any of the programs are working?
Yes, so that's part of the research that we engaged in with the Ceres research partners. And our team has also read a book called Street Data that uplifts and acknowledges the qualitative data that we receive from our community. And so the Ceres research incorporated a lot of focus groups and receiving qualitative data to determine themes that came up for each of our programs, as well as some of the statistical quantitative data that we have received from various formats and modes as well that we can give you if you have some specific questions around that. But that's what the Ceres Research Partners engagement was about, making sure that we evaluate our programs for our effectiveness, and that's what we shared tonight, some of the anecdotal information that we received from the focus groups.
But does that mean, so that Ceres research is ongoing now? Is that right?
It's concluding, yes.
Okay, so that means in the past 9 years or 10 years, we have not been using any metrics to measure?
So I wouldn't say we haven't used metrics to assess. What we've traditionally done is look at all of our departments overall to see what everyone is doing in support of African American student success. What we said is OLLI has a number of programs under our umbrella that we haven't intentionally looked at in the past 7 years. So let's look internally to see what our programs are doing in terms of the data and their effectiveness, and then take those best practices and see how we scale them out towards the district. So we took a step back and did an introspective look into our department.
Go ahead.
Sorry, let me know if I'm misquoting the statistics. I believe you said there was about a 10% increase in graduation rate for African American students, but that about 50% don't qualify for the CSU or UC system. I'm curious, as the increase in graduation rate has occurred, has there also been an increase in the number of graduates that do qualify for CSUs and UCs?
I would say that while that graduation rate has increased, the UC-CSU rate or eligibility rate could be better, and it hasn't increased as much over the years.
But it has increased, right? Sorry to interrupt, but I think back 15 years ago, it was like, I remember it was like 20% or something. So I think it has definitely increased in the years that you all have been in existence. Maybe somebody else could correct me on this, but.
Yes, so that what you're saying is correct. The graduation rate has increased by 10%. The CSU UC rate has also increased, but not at the 10% rate. So it has increased, but not as rapidly as the graduation rate has increased.
Vice President Bogus.
Yeah, thank you so much to the Ali team and to all the parents and families who are part of the APAC who support and really help push all this work forward. I think just also to lift up the importance of the data pieces, and also maybe that not being something that is solely a part of this presentation, but figuring out how else we kind of lift that up and get the information into the public. As a former student, definitely just want to lift up the amount of change I've seen since I graduated in a different century. But it just really, and really the role that Ali and the APAC have played in centering Black people and Black families in the district and calling out anti-Blackness and being a real ally for Black families that often feel isolated, alone, targeted, harassed. And really kind of being a counterpoint to that and really being kind of the first face a lot of Black families see of support and hope kind of throughout the district. And I think just really lifting that up. I think also to understand that a lot of work is still left to do, and a lot of that work exists outside of your directive or your call, which is really to put pressure on the district to respond appropriately. And so I really feel like us as a board are trying to take that charge seriously and figure out how to both be accountable and responsible and urgent as we try to address the things that have long plagued the district and really have been a struggle for us to ensure that Black families have access to what they need to be successful. And I guess what I'm curious about is where do you see the gaps in the places where your work stops and the rest of the district kind of needs to pick up and to support Black families? And I guess like one example for me that I've seen from conversations with families, especially Black families, is just the lack of people at school sites to listen and be supportive, and a lot of things falling on principals who aren't always equipped to handle those situations. And so I think lifting that up, but if there's other areas or things that y'all would highlight that we should take notice of, watch for, or I guess be on guard to support you and your efforts and your mission?
Yes, thank you for that question. Ali is currently restructuring how we do business and how we operate. And so we saw that there was a disconnect between the direct service work and the systems level work that was taking place both in and outside of the school. So what we're doing is creating a system now that not only focuses on the academic success of our African American students, but the wellness portion of our African American students' realities, and that creates a more streamlined approach between that program manager and someone who will be conducting more of the direct service work on the ground, helping to make sure that schools and sites have the resources that they need in order to implement whatever strategies that they co-develop effectively. And so that's where we are right now in terms of ensuring that we streamline those processes for more clear communication within our department and outside of our department.
I wanted to acknowledge the fact that we are trying, and not just Ali, this district is trying to turn over something that is hundreds of years of failure to Black students and families. It's not the onus of our children. Our children did not fail. We have failed our children. I think we all have to acknowledge that. There have been several programs that have been implemented or initiatives that have come down, and each time when it doesn't produce results, trying to untangle and like fix the harm that has been done historically, we're like, throw it out, throw the baby in the bathwater, get it out. right? And we continue to fail our children. Reverend Brown had just mentioned to me a program that, a promise program that existed at one of our school sites and how it just got out, right? We start something and we don't finish it because we don't see immediate results. And I just want to acknowledge none of this happens overnight. We have to work harder. We have to do it in partnership with our families. And I think one of the benefits of this team and where the gaps are, but what the benefit of this team is that we stand in the gap, right? We're standing in the gap to make sure Black children do not fall through the cracks, that we can actually uplift and find where those gaps are and hold our folks accountable. It is not an easy thing to do. And we understand that working in a political city like San Francisco, when everybody has their hands in something, it isn't easy to do. And I don't want it to seem like, and with all due respect, because I think that's a huge and important question about data. And I know that the Ali team in past years, if we go back on all of our data report, all of our Ali presentations, we have reported on data year after year after year. And it's all present. And I do think that we should know it off the top of our heads, but I also think where we're moving to right now is really sense of belonging and building relationships so that our kids can thrive. Right? If I don't feel like I belong in a district, if I don't feel like I belong in a classroom, if I feel like constantly I'm being pushed out, Ali is not in control of discipline at our school sites. We're not even in our school sites like that. We have programs, we have ways that we're pushing in and working with our counselors. We are building site-based APACs from where we had 0 site-based APACs. There was 2. When I first started in 2016, there was an APAC at Paul Revere. They were the first APAC that existed. Now we have over 25 where families are saying over and over again, now I finally have a space where I can give voice. And so I think that's really important. I think we're standing in the gap. I think that we are creating a sense of belonging so that if I feel loved, if I feel cared for, if I feel like I have the supports to thrive, then I actually want to sit in my seat and do it. That I actually can meet the individual child and the individual needs. And so I do think that is very important. I do think that we have to match qualitative with quantitative. And so I appreciate the question. And it just lights a little bit of a fire, but to know that we are making gains, but we cannot do it alone. And we have to continue to make sure what we're prioritizing is that our kids feel safe so that they can learn. We stop pushing them out of classrooms and over referring them to special education and emotionally disturbed, which is what we do in this district a lot, which is why we are significantly disproportionate in those areas and have been year over year.
Commissioner Weissman-Ward.
Thank you. And I have just a thanks and then a comment, maybe not a comment, but just sort of a additional language. I really appreciate, first of all, thank you for the work that you're doing. This is really important and critical, not just to San Francisco, but to the state and the country. And picking up on what you mentioned, Ms. Irving, in terms of the systems, like we must first acknowledge that the systems of harm and oppression upon which the education system is built. And Monique Morris, amazing, brilliant author, describes, that education allows for renegotiation of power. And that can be really scary for some folks. That is perceived as a threat. And so I think after we acknowledge the systems of power, then we have to move towards achieving equity and excellence for all students. And that relates to obtaining and allocating resources to students to address these educational inequities in ways that are culturally responsive, that take into account the decades of oppression and systemic barriers of many students of color, but most particularly our Black students of color. And so I appreciate that we can't lose sight of, like, we didn't just get here. Like, there's a whole system that upon which the educational foundation was built, that is sort of rotten at its core. And so we're not done. We have so much more work to do, but we have to acknowledge that as we move forward. And I really also appreciate that there are really important qualitative data points that I think matter a lot. Like, we do need kids graduating, our Black students graduating and having opportunities to go on to college, but that sense of belonging, like, that is part and parcel for moving the rest of the work. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing to support y'all's work.
Just wanted to, when I first started in 2017, I spent my first 90 days listening and learning, going around this district. And what I was looking for is themes. And there were 2 themes that I heard throughout the district. One was that we as a district have to do a better job centrally of making sure we're supporting sites. But the second theme, which was really the first theme, because I heard that over and over, is that this district is a good district, but will never be a great district until African-American youth, African-American families are achieving at the highest levels. This was said over and over and over again, sites, community meetings. That was the number one thing I heard over and over again. We have to concentrate on African-American students. It's the, as Ms. Irving said, it is the first line of our district plan. It clearly spells out that our number one priority is African-American students, which says that we are a good district. When you look at large urban districts throughout the state, we're the second highest performing district in a large urban district in the state, but we also have a huge gap. And so one of the things that I noticed quickly was what Commissioner Bogus just said, is that in coming in and looking at the work of Ali, it is really about creating that collaborative culture and making sure that sense of belongingness is in place, because students will not achieve if they don't feel like they belong. If I feel like I'm going to get kicked out, if I feel like this isn't the place for me, there's no way I'm ever going to achieve. So it was quite evident for me that along with that sense of belonging, I really wanted to work with schools to figure out what they felt was the barrier. And so that's how Pitch started. And when you look at the data around Pitch, which looks at African-American students and focuses on African-American students in the classroom, we now know that African-American students who are at Pitch schools are achieving at a higher rate. So Pitch is now going to be under Ali, and you asked for data. The data that is used for Pitch, we actually look at Spac. So we look at their Spac literacy rates and their Spac math rates. So, and that's now going to be housed under Ali. So that's one set of data that definitely we will continue to use and continue to focus on with Ali, because it really is about creating that collaborative culture and then making sure students are beginning to achieve at the highest levels. I want to add one more piece, because I did get the data piece. So from 2016 to 2022, we've increased 10%, but the UC SSU rate, it actually increased 8%, from 26% to 34% or 36%. So it has increased, but not at the same levels that the overall graduation rates. And as we move forward, we definitely want to continue that collaborative culture, that sense of belonging, and making sure that we're doing everything what we can as a district to make sure Black families, Black students know that this is the district for them. And at the same time, we want to make sure that they're achieving at the highest rates. We are a good district, absolutely, but we won't be a great district until all of our students are thriving. And that's what this is all about. So I just wanted to, that long speech was about saying thank you for your work and continue to do that work.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I think too, understanding the current fiscal climate that we're in and the structural deficit that we have and the declining enrollment that we're projecting and kind of what that means for our district, I think it's just acknowledging that. For me, the Ali program, the work we do with APAC is foundational to the district. And even with kind of the constraints we have on the state, the size of our gap of achievement and of success, I think is reflective of not only do we need to keep doing this work, but double down on it, right? Because it reflects the right path forward. And for us really to figure out what does it mean for us to do that? And how do we make sure that our budget is balanced as we try to figure out a way to do that and really expand supports for Black students, as well as other students from communities who historically haven't been served by the district. So again, just thank you, and just want to just share my commitment to the program as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't want to go over well-trodden ground, but I really appreciate the work that went into this. And as far as, again, back to the data and the outcomes that we want to see, and we want to see our students be successful. And so one of the first recommendations in the report that's posted is around a need to continue building deeper partnerships with research planning and assessment to create the transparency to track data and outcomes. And I wanted to get a sense if that is work in progress, or is that something that you're hoping to do? Where is that partnership today?
So it's an ongoing partnership, but I think having those rosters of students who are in like our Mastering Cultural Identity course, or letting them know the schools where their active participation with our site-based APACs, like those are important things to get in front of our research planning and assessment department early, so that they have the time to do that analysis that we hope to partner with them to do. For instance, when we were initially looking at reading levels or reading inventory Lexile score levels for our students in our Mastering Cultural Identity course, initially, you know, we can look at the performance level, but where we really started to see a form of impact was when we started seeing the students' individual growth when they moved from this particular Lexile score in the first assessment window to the next. And I think that's the intentional partnership where that wouldn't have been, some of those reports just aren't accessible unless we were partnering directly with the folks in the RPA department. So I think having those intentional conversations and making sure those reports can start to be accessible for us, and that they're already building some of those reports with some of our students in our courses is important.
I 100% agree. And as I was reading through your longer report, I mean, those were the questions I had, because there's such good intent in these programs and wanting to be able to show where are the outcomes, what's working, what should be expanded, what needs to be, you know, modified a little bit, like whether it's the advanced program, Black Star Rising. And so to the extent that we can have that kind of data, especially as we're in financially constrained situations, so we can be sure to be protecting and advocating for the things that we know are working and expanding what we know is working, that would be really, really helpful to me as a board member. And so I 100% support that partnership with RPA, because I mean, and the other thing is not to steal Chief's thunder, because they're presenting later. One of their recommendations is more data around A to G and understanding when students are moving off course from getting to their A to G requirements. So there's definitely appetite throughout the district to do this work. So to the extent that we can be collaborating and utilizing those resources, because that, I mean, they made like 4 recommendations and that was one of them. And then the other thing that I wanted to, CSES. When we think about early on and how we're going to get our kids so that they're prepared and ready and supported to get to those A to G requirements, I would love to hear your thoughts on where we are in the CSES work, because I believe you're very well involved in that, and what we can be doing better within general education to support early interventions and early support, so it's not just a referral situation. I would love to hear your thoughts, because I think that underpins a lot of the work that I'm seeing that you all are doing here.
Thank you for the question. So I was one of the members of the working team of CSACE, and one of the themes that kept coming up is our sort of lack of guidance around how we support students academically. And if we're just talking about high school, before they fail that class, right? So what are we doing between grading periods that says that we support students? What is the district level guidance for our schools, for our instructors on how we do that work? How do we build that into the classroom setting? So actually working with like curriculum and instruction on how are we matching our formative assessments with our grade outcomes, and do they match? Right? And then just being more explicit. How are we supporting students? We have a lot of supports after a student has already failed a class, credit recovery and whatnot, but how are we supporting them before that? And just being very clear and just doing it, right? This is something that is typically left up to our site leaders to just sort of create a system and manage on their own. And that's really difficult to do without funding, without more human capital, and without guidance. And so this is really just about putting like an academic matrix into like creating an academic matrix, right? We have a lot of information that's very public about how we respond to behavior and discipline, right? It's posted all around school, it's in our student handbooks, everyone can see it, but we really don't have anything that says what we do when a student is struggling, right? We have things like child find, but they get lost and stuck in the mud. We have a convoluted like SST and SAP program and process. And so it just means we need to get really clear on what these processes look like. And make sure that it's throughout, right? We're starting in these early grades and especially in that second and third grade area where a lot of students are starting to get over-identified for special education. And so it's like, what's happening in these spots where we're over-identifying students and where are the gaps and how do we address those gaps sooner than later?
I don't want to take up everybody's time, but that what you just described, I think we need to spend a lot more time there to get to the work that we need to do, not just within Ali, but systemically. So door open, let's talk. I want to move forward.
Absolutely. And one of our CSACE recommendations is that that academic matrix is placed in the student family handbook so that it is public, so that our families know how they can come into the school and advocate for their child and say, hey, did we do this? What happened? No one called me, even though that's ed code. Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander, you had a data request?
Yeah, just to add to Commissioner Matamati's request around data, another piece that I think would be really useful is what are the bright spots? So Dr. Matthews just talked about pitch, which I think is going to be one of the really important legacies of his leadership. So what was working, right? What worked well? I mean, like you all said earlier, we know that Black students are brilliant. And so when are the times in which we've adjusted our system to allow that brilliance to flourish? And where's the evidence? We got a 10-point increase in graduation rate and an 8-point increase in college access within that, right, which is a double, like that's actually doubling on itself, because that's 10% more students that graduated, and of those, 8% more were college eligible. So that's a big deal too, right? And so I guess I just, again, want to not only commend the work, but as we look at the data, where are the schools that's happening? Where are the classrooms that is happening? And then how can we use those as exemplars for to replicate in other parts of the district?
Thank you. Thank you to the team. I'm so excited to hear that pitch is moving into Ali. I remember when I first started on the board in 2019, meeting with the team was really thinking about Ali and how the work of Ali not only lives within the team and centrally, but how are we looking at building out systemically? So I am so happy to hear that pitch is going to be led and owned by Ali. I think that is a really important move, and thank you, Dr. Matthews, as part of your legacy here at the district. I also want to name right now on behalf of this board, and I can use I statements, that absolutely it is our responsibility to lift up and ensure that every Black student is successful in our district. And when we aren't successful, it is a responsibility of us on the adults and educational system. And that I also want to name, as we chart through in the coming weeks, months, and years, there's a lot of work to be done and healing work. And I will absolutely stand by that each and every one of our students and all of our Black students are brilliant. And I think that's really important for me to convey to you all as a team here, but to the public. And with that, I also want to ask about the opportunities within Ali around the wellness piece. I think you all know how passionately I feel about wellness, sense of belonging, social emotional well-being. So I'm curious around if there are some initial recommendations or what you all are exploring for that, because I know there have also been investments from the city side, and I think you all know, and you all have demonstrated the innovation within the team to really leverage what types of partnerships happen both inside and outside of SFUSD. So I'll just pause and see if there's a response.
Yes, so one of the things that we were doing in terms of our restructure and our revamp is merging some of the secondary supports that we have that just focus on the academic trajectory of our students. And we have a position, Program Manager of African American Student Wellness and Success, that will be coming on board and taking that work and infusing the two in terms of making sure that we're looking at the wellness components that feed into the academic success stories of our students as well. And so I can get you more information about what that job description looks like, so that you can conceptualize how we intend to make sure that that wellness piece is incorporated.
Dr. McRae, can I add? Oh, sorry, Joe. We know that there are people who've been doing this work a really, really long time in this district, and we have a group of Black social workers who we're learning from. So we are working with the best team in bringing them in, engaging them in learning. And part of the work that they do is with student groups. And so we know that we just said we want to uplift student voice. We want to make sure that our students are informing what we do. And so with this position, hopefully, and with the work that we continue to do within our Black student unions and revamping BSUs and making sure BSUs exist at all of our sites, how do we bring in or support them? Or maybe they don't want that. We have to figure out when we talk to them. But health and wellness is a huge way of doing it, and doing it intentionally with those student groups.
And just as a comment, similarly, I think to a program manager, one position, right, having that responsibility for, like, let's say all of secondary, I think is also the approach that you all are arriving around working with our social workers, working with their social emotional wellness teams at the school sites. So leverage is going to be so key in that, really the impact that we're all seeking long term. So thank you for all of your work. I also want to acknowledge and thank Dr. McRae for your leadership with the OLLI team. I will say I am sad to see you move on, but also just want to acknowledge and thank you for leading the OLLI team. So with that, one other closing thought. I know that the Brighter Futures within the Dreamkeepers initiative is very personal to me, of working with Director Davis in that program design. So I hope that OLLI has been in conversation with Dr. Davis around the Brighter Futures initiative.
So we are proud recipients within APAC and the work that we're trying to do of Brighter Futures funding, and working very closely with the Dreamkeeper Initiative and team to make sure that we are partnering and that we're actually doing the work. And one of the things that's gonna always be around hearing the voices of our families is really working on narrative shift and how we talk about Black students and families in this district and in our city.
And I would like to say that the Mastering Cultural Identity course is a healing and transformational space, and not a transitional space or a transactional space. If you look at the numbers for our sense of belonging and sense of self for students in the MCI course, they continue to rise, as well as we are doing some literacy work in that course as well. So we invite you to come out to the MCI courses and see what's happening in the classrooms, where students are literally taking off and excelling.
And just going back to the Brighter Futures initiative, you know, the whole thought there is that is dual, it's not only dual generation, but is wrapping around the child and the entire household. And really the vision of that initiative was grounded in that in SF Unified, if it is one household, one family, multiple children, we should know at any given point from the time they're with us in transitional kindergarten to 6th grade to 10th grade, that we have those supports and know how we're supporting that entire family and household. So I'm really excited and thrilled to see that that proactive partnership is occurring between the district, OLLI, and the city. So with that, I think we will thank you again for all of your work. Yes.
There have been 3 major initiatives in the school district in the last 25 years. The Dream Schools, the Consent Decree, the Red Book on the Rojas, and most recently, about 40 years ago, everybody. Students of Promise was instituted by this community and over at Martin Luther King Middle School. It was established. There was a room where young people could feel a sense of belonging and togetherness. There were optics around on the wall that bespoke achievers. But you know what happened? Not you all personally, but the body politic killed that program. Killed it. There's not anything wrong with black folk. It's when we start excelling, making progress, there are enemies in every community who will say, we're gonna push you back. That's exactly what's going on right now with this voter suppression in this nation. After Mr. Obama was elected, you've gone too far. During Reconstruction, after enslavement was ended, what happened? The Ku Klux Klan came on the ride. In my native state of Mississippi, over 50 black folks were massacred on September the 4th, 1875. Why? Because those evil Democrats didn't want those Abraham Lincoln Republicans working with blacks to produce the first senator from the state of Mississippi, Hiram Rose Revels. So there's the evidence. And we want to know, is this board going to work with us, with Ali, to make sure that we will stop permitting programs that are established, killed, dead on arrival, because of slick, sleazy politicking.
Thank you, Member Brown. Thank you, team. At this time, I'd like to call for a recess for 10 minutes. So let's return to, thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. We are back from recess, and we are now going to go into item J, number 2, the fiscal year 22-23 budget development update. I'd like to call upon Megan Wallace.
Good evening, President Lamb, Vice President Bogus, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm going to be providing a relatively brief presentation on the fiscal year 2022-23 budget development update. So as detailed on the next slide, the specific elements of this update are to first look at the revenue proposals from both Governor Gavin Newsom's May revision to the budget, as well as the legislature's proposal. And then after looking at those revenue proposals, I want to share the specific assumptions that are included in the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 budget and multi-year projections, as will be introduced later this evening. So on the next slide, I first just want to highlight this table, kind of lay it out for everybody a little bit. That the details here are specifically around unrestricted general fund proposals, those major funding streams, particularly the local control funding formula, or LCFF. And you'll see actually at the bottom of the table, there's also reference to a discretionary block grant, which is not part of LCFF, but as you'll see, is a significant proposal for the unrestricted general fund. First, I want to highlight that the very first column on the left details the specific assumptions that are being proposed. And then, as you can see, it shares first the governor's January budget proposal, the May revision details, the legislature's budget proposal, the type of funding, meaning is it an ongoing revenue stream or will it just be a one-time source of funds? And then whether or not that revenue was assumed in the proposed budget. And those rows that are in green are really highlighted also to indicate that all or some of that revenue was included in the proposed budget. So first, as you can see, both the governor's May revision and the legislature's budgets include a 6.56 cost of living adjustment, or COLA. Compared to the assumption of the second interim report, this is a $2 million improvement. You might expect that number to have been higher, having gone from 5.33 to 6.56. I do want to highlight that it's not as high as you might have anticipated because it now takes into account our P2 report, or the second period report of our average daily attendance in the current year. And unfortunately, our attendance has dropped significantly. And so it lowers the projected average attendance that can be built into calculating our LCFF. Nonetheless, it's an improvement and it would be ongoing, and it has been included in the proposed budget. The next major proposal was actually unique to the governor's May revision. As you can see, the legislature actually rejected this proposal, but the governor is attempting to build in protection for average daily attendance calculations for the current year. As I said, in the current year, our ADA has dropped considerably. The governor's proposal is actually to look at the ratio of average daily attendance to enrollment from the pre-pandemic time, so looking at fiscal year 1920 and applying that ratio to the current year, in effect lifting up the current year ADA, and that improves our LCFF calculations by a meaningful $11 million. However, because it is a unique proposal, it doesn't appear to currently be making headway on the legislature's side. We have not built in any assumptions of that calculation being applied in the budget. On the third row, LCFF augmentation, as you can see, is another significant proposal that the governor's proposal of $2.1 billion would actually lift our LCFF base, particularly for SFUSD, by $16 million. And while that's also extremely meaningful, as would be the current year ADA protections, you can see that the legislature's proposal is more than $4 billion more than what the governor has proposed. And really, that level of additional funding of upwards of $50 million for our district equates to about a 16% overall increase, and would really just be transformative for our school district. But given the variances in the different proposals, really not being clear on how that augmentation would be applied, could there be shifts of it being ongoing to adjustments of there being more one-time proposals? The district's proposal does not include any of this funding. And finally, but very meaningfully, both the governor and the legislature have proposals related to a discretionary block grant. The governor's proposal would bring in upwards of $67 million to our district on a one-time basis. And while the legislature has a similarly sized, albeit actually a larger proposal, the legislature's proposal has more restrictions and would be applied over multiple years. So we actually did build in a $20 million funding assumption within the budget, really just recognizing that assuming one one-time funds felt like a safer approach, not building in ongoing expenses to put on those funds. And also just recognizing that we really need to see how the budget lands between the governor and the legislature's proposals. Just one point to make around looking at the legislature's proposal. While it is significantly larger, by not having in the ADA projections, it will have less of a positive impact on school districts that faced impacts to their ADA as a result of COVID-19. So some districts that had better attendance this year would receive more, for example, than those who really saw a lot of decline in their attendance as a result of the pandemic. So on the next slide, I want to go ahead and go into more detail about the assumptions that have been made in the proposed budget. First of all, recognizing the revenues that are being proposed in both the governor's and the legislature's budgets, I just want to highlight up front that we are still continuing to implement the budget balancing plan within the proposed budget. Between the first interim report and the second interim report for fiscal year 2021-22, we did more to build in that revenue forecast and reduce cuts to schools in particular. However, given issues that we are facing in our district, particularly around declining enrollment and attendance, it really is critical that we are building in budget balancing measures to reduce our deficit spending overall. So no cuts have been restored through the proposal. And then just thinking about the conservative approach to reflecting revenues, given the potential of what could be coming our way, coming to our school district, why pump the brakes? Why be slow and hold back on our assumptions? Not on this point, but I do want to highlight that, just through conversations with CDE, we certainly want to continue to be careful and particularly because of declining enrollment. But CDE is encouraging our district to be conservative with our assumptions. But just noting that some of these funding sources, it's a mix of one-time versus ongoing. Just why are there such significant one-time funding sources? The reality is that it is an indication of larger economic concerns. And so we want to be more certain about, if we're building in expenses in our budget, that we're aligning them with one-time sources and not building in inadvertently ongoing expenses that could impact our ability to balance our budget in the event we do face a recession in the coming years. And then I had referenced our structural deficit. The fact is that we are facing declining enrollment, and that will slow the pace of revenue growth. As I mentioned, when it comes to the LCFF COLA, we saw a significant increase just between the governor's January budget and the May revision. However, our revenue projections did not grow as much as we might anticipate because our enrollment is declining. So we really do need to be firm on the assumptions we're making of how declining enrollment might impact that trajectory of revenue growth. The budget does, however, as I mentioned on the previous slide, build in one-time revenue assumptions as well as that small LCFF increase in order to accommodate immediate funding needs. The Board of Education has approved a deferred net pay MOU related to the Empower SF project, $9.6 million. Because the board did previously approve that, we went ahead and assumed enough funding to cover that expense. And so we'll be going into a lot more detail about the line items provided here at our special meeting next week. But I did just want to highlight that there are key key needs that do need the support of this new funding. So it is important for the board to keep in mind that as a result of going light on our assumptions of new revenue, that it will be critical for us to come back in August and exercise a 45-day revision, which is something that is allowed for school districts to do after the state has passed its budget. Next slide, please. And then just to give a better sense of the timeline, here we are, June 14th. The upcoming items will be introducing the budget. And hopefully this has given you a better understanding of the outlook of our revenue improvements, which is all very exciting. I mean, I may be calm and collected, but I am very excited to talk with this board about how this improved revenue improvement can be used to help address our structural deficit and meet other key priorities that this district has not previously been able to fund. But in terms of other timelines, there is the district budget process, but as highlighted in blue, I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on the state budget process. The legislature just yesterday passed and approved its budget. So now it is, being reviewed by Governor Gavin Newsom. Negotiations, I'm sure, are already underway. And they have a timeline between now and July 1st by which the state bill must be signed and passed into law. But in the meantime, we do have our special meeting next week. I'll be coming back before you on June 28th, seeking passage of the budget. So with that, just thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And before we go to public comment, I want to also excuse the student delegates and thank you so much for joining, even on your summer break. So we'll open up for public comment.
There are none for in person.
See no virtual public comment. Oh. Looks like 2 hands were just raised, actually.
1 minute each, please.
So you'll have 1 minute to speak, to share your public comment on the budget development update. Please raise your hand if you care to speak to this item. Can we have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese, please?
Buenas noches, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Los comentarios públicos solamente son de 1 minuto. Gracias.
你好，如果你哋邊位想為我哋而家呢個預算嘅一個計劃要做公共發表意見嘅話，麻煩你喺你嘅熒屏度舉手。多謝你，每人1分鐘。Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Hi, Chris Klaus. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Be super fast. I hope that with your budget presentations and with new budget information that you'll consider fixing a problem that we're having at Washington, where our tech support person, who is amazing, is being laid off and sent and consolidated into the city employees. He's been at Washington for over a decade supporting our staff and students, and he is so awesome. I could spend too much time talking about him, but I'm not going to, because it's been a long night. I also wanted to share that, I don't know if you're aware, your Zoom, your filter is on, so all of you are blue. I don't know if someone can fix that technical problem. The interpreter is not blue, but the people in the room are showing up blue on the Zoom. Thanks.
Thank you. Charles? I will need to promote you to panelist in order for you to share your public comment. Please know that your camera will show. Again, I will need to promote you to panelist in order for you to share your comment, but we will be able to see your camera. Promoting you now. Charles, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So we have an ADA problem, and your assumption is that the decrease in the ADA is to be blamed on the pandemic. But how many of the chronically absent students, those not included in the average daily attendance, thus decreasing school funding, are just not at grade level? How many students are just not going to class and are completely lost? But grade level achievement in San Francisco, has just decreased over the years in our target populations. So how do we reconnect those detached students and families with research-based methods to increase student achievement? How do we use community-based schools and those grants to build sincere supports for students? How do we have social workers and psychological services built into schools for students and families with city funding? And please, even if we do have a windfall with the budget, a recession is coming, and we need to be fiscally conservative and think about, things like unfunded pension mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes virtual public comment.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have comments, questions for Megan? Commissioner Alexander.
Thank you. I can't, it's not Chief Wallace anymore, it's Head? Is that the appropriate? That still sounds weird to me, Head Wallace, but I want to be respectful, but I'm not sure how to say it. I apologize. Fantastic leader, Wallace. Really appreciate your work on this. I was curious, I just would love to hear a little bit more on the rationale for not building in some of these assumptions now. I think you spoke to it a little bit, but like I can imagine members of the public asking, the governor proposed 16 million in LCFF augmentation, legislature's proposing 50. Why wouldn't we build in 16 as an assumption, for example, as that seems like it might be the minimum? Or why are we only assuming 20 million of the discretionary block grant when it'll probably be at least 67? What's our thinking? I'm assuming we would come back to those in August, but what's your thinking in sort of not having that conversation now and delaying it until August?
Great question. I would say that there are multiple reasons. For one, I can anticipate that whatever we budgeted would be wrong in one form or fashion, right? It could have been that we get more one time than ongoing than what's built into the budget or in MYPs. It could be that it's more discretionary block grant and less, that's kind of the same thing, but still in terms of discretionary block grant versus LCFF. For the discretionary block grant, even there, what's built in could be wrong, that we've built in 20 million, assuming the block grant. But if the legislature's approach is actually what's approved and that funding level is spread out over 7 years, then we've misapplied, a calculation around that funding source. So one, just thinking that when we do ultimately budget the funds, let's put those dollars in there accurately rather than have to go back and clean it up. The other element is that because it is such a substantial level of funding, this board needs to consider the trade-offs of how those funds are being applied. That there are major decisions to be made, and that we should be taking that time to really talk through the district's priorities. And so not wanting to overstep and build in placeholder expenses, that certainly, I would not want to do that. Would want to make sure that anything that's put in the budget reflects conversations and decisions by the board. So absent expenses, it would create a substantial fund balance. And it is worth noting that the state has a 10% reserve cap requirement. So putting additional money in there simply means that it would probably be put in correctly. I wouldn't want to spend it, and therefore would be creating surplus reserves that would trigger issues with the state. So thinking that let's keep it small, focused, have these conversations about priorities for spending, and apply a much more accurate picture come August.
Thank you. That sounds super thoughtful. And then the criteria for what to invest now is kind of around these critical immediate needs that we've identified. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So the Empower Deferred Net Pay MOU is actually something that the board had previously approved. So that's probably one of the more straightforward proposals. Another important one, cybersecurity and other common core costs, that those were not built into our multi-year projections, but really cybersecurity is a deep risk for all school districts and should be factored in. So I would consider that a correction in terms of our assumptions and is a core expense. And then maybe to highlight, and definitely worth additional discussion, but there's the piece about the LCAP and the county office staffing. So the LCAP piece is actually the LCAP coordinator that has been under discussion in previous items. And this is really staff that would be intended to support and address the issues flagged within the fiscal crisis assessment team, the FICMAT management assistance team, the fiscal health risk analysis. So, really building on prior conversations that have occurred with the board and not wanting to expand beyond those.
Thank you. And then the only other thing I would say is maybe less of a question for now, but a request for next week when we have the more in-depth discussion. One question I have around these is, it seems like a number of them are dealing with really important kind of functional or operational issues. And I'm wondering, what is our thinking around investments, short-term investments that can increase student outcomes? And part of the reason I ask is because I know, just to give an example, there's been a lot of controversy around a proposed reduction, for example, to Peer Resources, which is a research-based program that has data from UC Berkeley talking about outcomes. And there's one of the cuts, which was not an enrollment-based cut, but it was, it said we're going to reduce the central TSAs, for example, right? So that maybe, it seems like, in my view, in a real budget crisis, we'd say, yeah, well, maybe we have to do that. But maybe I'm just wondering if there's targeted investments like that, again, that aren't restoring enrollment-based cuts, but rather are kind of targeted investments that we know or have some evidence to suggest are effective, that we might want to make now, given the fact that we know that we are going to have some additional revenue. So I guess I would at least want to put that on the table for discussion of, could we look at what some of those might be?
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll be sure to build in some room, space within the presentation to support conversation.
Maybe building upon that, encouraging maybe not only individual programs, but really particularly for me, I'm interested in looking at the elementary, early interventions and secondary particularly. So that I think that would also be helpful for the board to be able to see that at that level of how those investments would go towards those student learning and outcomes. Vice President Bogus.
Yeah, I think I'm just a little curious around the 45-day budget revision. If you could just talk a little bit more to it, and if we have kind of our best case scenario from what the state is putting forth, how could that money, I guess, essentially be used, understanding the constraints on hiring and staffing, since we'd be at the beginning of the school year versus like before going into it? And so I guess, like, what will we need to think about as far as like our constraints, as far as the way we could effectively use those funds to support student outcomes?
Well, I think there are additional investments in programs maybe that have been cut and we might want to restore, and looking at outcomes, but also thinking about just personnel, of our reduced personnel, are there areas where we should be considering additional compensation? So conversations around bargaining, I believe, will need to be central to considerations of this additional funding stream. So, and I think also just recognizing that there are substantial restricted resources coming through the budget as well. I was trying to be limited in scope here and focus on unrestricted general fund. But we really do need to look at these unrestricted and restricted sources together and think how they can be paired up to address some of the outcomes that you're considering. For example, SFUSD is lined up to receive community schools grants. I do intend to speak more fully about the expanded learning opportunities program. That's over $30 million that we're anticipating receiving as a district. And we actually have assumed some of those funds as part of our balancing plan, that we've shifted some expenses from the unrestricted general fund onto those funds. But I think ultimately, the board does need to look at as full of a list of the types of investments that can be made, and weigh the pros and cons of those different investments, and align them with ongoing versus one-time investments. The Empower expenses, for example, are largely one-time, and so those are a great fit for the discretionary block grant, because we wouldn't want to put ongoing expenses onto that block grant. But to the extent we're discussing compensation for our employees, we really do need to be realistic about ongoing revenue streams, and the dynamic of the growing costs of personnel paired with the pull that lost enrollment and declining attendance will have on the growth of those revenues. So a lot of detail there. I apologize, Vice President Bogus. I hope that helped address your question.
No, a little bit. I think I just wanted you to talk specifically about the programmatic piece and restoring cuts to programs. And I guess I guess I'm a little bit hard pressed to see how that would happen if we're reducing staffing this year, telling people that they don't have those jobs anymore. And then in August, we would say those jobs are available again. How would we get those position staff to execute that work? Like, is there a plan in place to do that? Or is it more, we would set intentions and see what happens? Or how do we navigate that so we can effectively, I guess, allocate the funds?
Yeah, I think it's a real challenge of the timing of the budget process relative to the operational requirements of being ready to go when school starts in the fall. And so it's going to be a combination, I anticipate, of having some elements of funding that we could initiate right away, but we really will need to be realistic and honest about the lag that it will take to implement, particularly when it comes to hiring. Or, for example, if there really is a push to staff up to accommodate new programs or restored programs, we might need to think about augmentation of our human resources staff or other mechanisms to support our ability to hire up. So thinking about what levers need to be pulled in order to achieve the goals of the board.
That. Thank you. I think what I'm still struggling with is, I guess, at what point in the process will we begin to have conversations about the process that will need to take place for that revision in August, and kind of what lead will we as commissioners have, as well as what kind of engagement or process will like site-based budgeting have kind of in that process as we roll it out, and kind of like lead time for discussion and planning?
So really the meeting next week is going to be an important window of time. And then should the board want to engage in additional conversation at the June 28th meeting, that would be a possibility, just recognizing that we both want to meet an important milestone of passing our district and county budget, but that the conversation is still very much underway. So next two meetings I do see as important opportunities for that type of engagement. But then also just keeping in mind, to the extent that we're talking about site-based budgeting, that we will be reviewing site budgets in the fall after the 10-day count, taking into account final enrollment at individual sites. And that might be an opportunity as well to consider supporting increases or adjustments to school site budgets.
I hear that, but then I also feel like I hear people say we can't staff up schools in the fall when we would be trying to do that. So I guess maybe we can talk about it more as we get into the other parts of the conversation, because maybe this is a question for someone that isn't directly you, but I think I'm just struggling with, it feels to me like when I look at this, that we're telling people that if things go well, that in August, we will be able to make adjustments to fix things. But when I feel like the rest of the conversation is, we'll be really limited in what we can do, and there won't be a way to quickly administer those funds to address major concerns that we have. And I think I'm trying to get you to tell me that that is true or that is false or somewhere in between.
So I agree that there will be restrictions on how quickly we can ramp up if decisions are made to ramp up in our investments. But I guess I just want to emphasize that there are various decisions that the board can make on how funds are invested. So the list of items that have been proposed, so the within the budget, that $20 million, those are all important investments that we are recommending. But thinking about compensation, so certificated and classified bargaining, thinking about special education investments, other technology investments. So we've talked about Empower a lot, but the district's financial system is another area of risk that could be ripe for a significant one-time investment. And I know that there are other systems that we could invest in. So I would say that this board does need to weigh the trade-offs of those investments that it makes. It needs to weigh the trade-offs, understand what's one-time versus ongoing, and that we would structure a plan that looks at the big picture, not making individual, programmatic decisions. And so it is my goal to help tee that up, of looking at the budget trade-offs and helping the board consider how to spend this additional revenue in a strategic, thoughtful way that supports our students.
Last thing, that's helpful too. And I guess as we have those conversations, when we talk about the specific things, having implementation timelines of when those things would actually come into effect, or what additional resources and other areas need to go to support them to kind of make them happen. Because I think sometimes there's not a clear line from our taking action to people seeing things happen throughout the district. And I think just trying to have clarity around that.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you for stating that so clearly, of what will it take to actually implement it, and making sure that we are building in resources to enable that work. Absolutely makes sense. And if we can continue to have that lens as we're having those conversations, I would love that. I'll commit to trying to do that myself.
Commissioner Tomedy?
Hi. I may be asking the same question in a different way. So it's about scenario planning for me. So, because we know that these numbers are probably going to be somewhat different, whether higher or lower. So what can we expect as a board, or what should we be doing in partnership with staff to assist with scenario planning, so that we don't get to a certain date and then we're like, oh, look, now we know this and we're going to figure it out. So whether it's, establishing what the clear priorities are around one-time fund expenditures, ongoing fund expenditures, and how they line up with priorities. Is there work already in progress around scenarios? Or explain to me how, when we should be, when we as board should be prepared to have that conversation with staff?
Sure. So I have begun the work of mapping out low, medium, and high expenses in various areas of investment. So looking at the Empower SF expenses, looking at investments in personnel. So looking at COLAs, if we're going to get a COLA in LCFF, do we look at a COLA for our staff? So really trying to build in different options for level of investment for each of those categories, and recognizing that it's tricky work to piece everything together of aligning those one-time sources with one-time uses and ongoing with ongoing and so forth. We have begun that work and want to build off of that with the board. And I can be sure to incorporate that into the presentation next week as well, if the board would like to engage in those conversations as part of the budget approval process.
Megan, can I just chime in on one point? Here we go. So commissioners, I might just sort of bring your attention back to some discussions along these very lines that happened right before the May revision was released. So it was, I think, just a few days before the May revision was released. I think it was on May 13th. You may recall that there was a framework that Ms. Wallace had, with help from colleagues, constructed that looked at exactly what she's describing: high, medium, and low ranges for different categories of investment. So I think that's probably, that structure, I think, was a very good start. Now the content of the assumptions has shifted since then, and as you can tell, there's a really wide range of possible outcomes between what the governor and the legislature have each respectively proposed. So that's the shoe that has to drop. It's a big shoe that has to drop. But in terms of the structure of looking at scenarios and the range of cost, I think if that's started to get a little fuzzy, because a lot happens every week, it's been over a month, that might be a good place to refresh your memories and a good launching pad for the discussion next Wednesday.
Absolutely, that is what I was referencing, Myung. Thank you. And I think that it would be great to pick up and continue that framework.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Megan. Okay, moving on to agenda item E, the consent calendars. So at this time, do I have a motion and a second for consent calendar?
Moved.
Second.
Great. Public comment. Members of the public may comment on any matters on the consent calendar, but members of the public shall not be permitted to sever agenda items for discussion. Do I have any public comment?
Yes. Rex, Ridgeway.
Hi. Item number 45, I'm coming before you as interim chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And there's an item that I would just like you guys to take a look at and maybe get clarification on. And when you look at item number 45, today, June the 14th, there is a modification contract for $1,971,000. This is shy of $2 million. So this is the second modification. This contract was originally put in play in 2017 at 1.4 million, and then a modification came in at 1.5 million. I was around 1.6 million, and then today another modification just shy of 2 million. So when you look at the actual scope of work, it's all about design and getting ready for the construction, but it's all IT. So So I guess the question is, do we pull it and get more explanation from facilities and bond manager as to what this is and why we jumped like millions of dollars. And I'm just not clear as to what it is. I just think it caught my eye as I was going through it, and I thought it was important enough to bring it up. So, thank you.
Seeing no virtual public comment, President Lamb.
Okay, thank you. Any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent?
No.
Any items removed for first reading by the board? Commissioner Shu?
I'd like to sever 13, 14, 15, 26, 27, 49, and 50. Yeah, sorry, 13, 14, 15, 26, 27, and 49 and 50.
Could we also have a conversation around 45?
So for the items severed, Mr. Steele, can you repeat them, please?
Yes, Commissioner Shu severed items 13, 14, 15, 26, 27, 49, and 50. Vice President Bogus severed number 45.
Before we go to roll call for the items, Commissioner Matomedy, do you have a brief comment?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to be happy about something.
Please, please.
So items 17 and 18, student nutrition services, planning to convert or moving to fresh food. And I am just so thrilled about this progress made to restoring our kitchens. And my understanding is that over the course of this contract, 4 to 13 schools will be added to the list for fresh food. And all reports, anecdotal and also data, quantitative, show that there's been, students are eating more, they're excited, and it's just a really, really positive thing. So I want to say thank you to Susan Chan, who submitted this, and I also just want to applaud the work that Student Nutrition Services is doing to get us to a place where we can use our kitchens again.
Thank you. So we will have roll call vote, please.
Thank you, President Lamb. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman Ward? Commissioner Lamb, or President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
So at this time, can we go back to the items that have been served for discussion?
Yes, I mean, we want to start with 13.
Yeah, I'd like to ask 13, 14, 15, 26, and 27. They're all similar nature.
Yeah, so I guess any staff who are related to those items could probably come to the dais.
And if you could say what your question is, then we'll
Right.
be able to come up.
Right, so these are all related to master contracts with entities or organizations that are gonna help us with curriculum and reading and all that. So my question is, have they been selected based on meeting some criteria or some, science of reading recommendations or foundational skills, or how have they been selected?
Commissioner Shu, I apologize. Our head of academics is not here this evening, but I can say that the majority of the softwares that you see here on the consent calendar are intervention softwares or softwares that enrich language arts and other content areas that have been vetted and tried in our schools. There are existing contracts for many of them and have shown some progress for our students. I don't have exact data to show you right now, and I cannot speak specifically to each of the vetting processes for each of them, but I know that there is a very thoughtful process that DOT and CNI go through for all of the, I was gonna say adoptions, for all of the contracts that we have around software. And oftentimes these are at scale, so there's also examples where school sites have tried different software programs and found them to be successful for their students and have asked for a contract.
I only have because at the curriculum committee meeting, not the past one, but the one before, maybe a couple before, we talked about an audit that is wrapping up and waiting for some conclusion and moving forward. So I was just wondering if these contracts are somehow tied to that effort.
Sorry. Not yet. And so we do want to, we're continuing some of the interventions that schools have been using. The audit gave us a lot of information that's going to inform pilots going forward and get us more aligned in the intervention software that we use. But at this point, this is just software that we've been using before and not necessarily a result of any audit findings.
Okay, thank you. 49 and 50, the head facility officer. Hi, my question is, how are these contracts different from the contracts in items 33 and all the way through 48? Are they equivalent to retroactive contracts or?
They are not, Commissioner, and I'm going to maybe need general counsel to help me remember the exact number, but there is a threshold for certain types of construction and construction-related service contracts that below which we are allowed as the division, facilities division, to enter into contracts and move the work forward. And then the Board of Education ratifies the contract, acknowledging that it has been bid out, gone through proper procedures, and therefore also then establishes a legal obligation between us and the contractor, allowing for enforceability in both directions for the terms of the contract. So it is different than retroactive, and it is also different than approval, meaning that you do not approve the contract in advance of me letting it. But it is important for the purposes of both public transparency and mutual enforceability of our legal obligations to each other between the district and the contractor that the board ratify the contract and acknowledge it.
So it's a matter of the threshold, the amount. Do we know what it is roughly? Because I know we have a whole bunch of stuff that are under $99,000, that kind of, something like that?
I was just gonna say about 100,000 was my kind of rough memory, but I can get you a more specific number. I'm sorry, I'm blanking right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 99.1,
Yeah.
Commissioner. So if you look at item 7, you'll see a similar type of item for non-construction contracts. And those are contracts that we ask the board to ratify because they're under the delegable amount.
Thank you.
And for item number 45.
Did you, Commissioner, did you have a specific question?
Yeah, I guess if you could explain kind of the modification and I guess the reasons for it without kind of going through everything that's in the document. And I think also just getting an understanding of kind of our internal processes that kind of led to us kind of doing a modification. And 'cause it looks like the initial bid that this company was selected from happened in 2016. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I'm going to let Ms. Dodd respond first, and then I can provide the context of the bond program around it.
Hi, yes. So the initial request for RFP went out in 2016. That was the first year that the district had a dedicated portion of its bond for technology modernization, so infrastructure modernization, which the district had not had previously. So we went out to bid for a partner who could help bring in the expertise that was needed to do new design standards for the cabling and wiring, and that had construction experience that could partner with the construction teams in the bond program and have a specific focus on the technology infrastructure. That RFP contract allowed for an amendment, which was that first modification, I think, in 2020.
the description doesn't indicate here, but we did do another RFP for this one. Cordova, the company, was the sole respondent for that proposal, but that did go through another public procurement process through an RFP for this latest version.
Commissioners, I would also add that the services being provided by Cordova are similar to the services we receive from AECOM for general program management of the bond program. And what is unique about those services is that essentially those teams embed with our existing staff teams to provide external technical assistance as well as reviews to make sure that work being delivered for the district by contractors is being done according to our specifications and needs. So, and it's an interesting role in that they kind of function in some respects as almost, I would use the word, our agent, right? To kind of help us review and understand how the services being provided to us are consistent with the market and fair pricing, as well as the quality of services that we need. We do need to change the way we're doing this, and as we pursue the next bond, we will do so. I think that because of the fluid nature of these services and the fact that once they're embedded with us, right, until we complete the bond, we really need their help. To change teams in the middle would be extremely disruptive. So as we plan for the next bond, though, we're working very closely with our legal teams to rethink the structure. There are other structures we can pursue in terms of having like a master contract, a formal master contract that would help maybe address this issue so that we wouldn't need to rely on modifications that are as high in terms of the percentage of the original value of the contract as what we're seeing right now.
Thank you for that clarity. And I guess because this bond is going to be wrapping up probably around the time when this ends, we wouldn't be looking to extend this contract under this existing bond. But if we have a new bond, would we potentially, I guess we're trying to rework it so we wouldn't do that, but that if we were continuing the same practices, we could potentially see another modification, extension, as we kind of continue the relationship with them as they hold this work for us.
We could, but we won't. We're not going to pursue under the existing RFPs, right? As we wait for a new bond to pass, which is a whole new set of funds. And then we are planning, as we plan for the bond, to issue and create new pools of consultant teams as needed with newer, cleaner RFPs that are more realistic, I think, around the terms of service and the duration of the contracts in particular.
I guess my last question is just generally around using consultants for these services, understanding kind of how like important they are, but also how like short term they are. Do we feel like that is like both in the best fiscal interest as well as like the institutional interest of the district as far as having the expertise to handle these situations and kind of understand we're always going into bond processes and whatnot?
Having done it the other way, I certainly do. I think it's worth every penny. In my experience, I think that what I find most helpful, I will speak to again the program management services, which provide support to the 2016 bond program generally. Is that it creates a really helpful set of checks and balances where each of the different interests, including staff, we have our own project management staff and occasionally design staff, we have contractors, we have designers, and then we also have these program management consultants, that having each of these perspectives, and particularly the perspective of the consultant teams alongside ours, the perspectives of our staff, provide useful different perspectives on the work and what needs to happen. And so they both have strong incentives to outperform the other in terms of their predictions and the adherence, the kind of the strictness of the adherence to our own standards and expectations. And so I have felt that we have very much
benefited from that kind of arrangement, as opposed to, you know, the city and county has a massive in-house architecture workforce. And there are many talented people there, but for our district and the size of our program, I feel like that actually would be too far in the other direction.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thanks. Yeah, just to follow up, I'm trying to understand this. That makes a lot of sense to me, what you were just saying, Ms. Kalanathan, but I'm curious about this particular contract where it says, I'm trying to understand the scope of work, and it says, it sounds like it's about developing, it says evaluation of current program standards and vision of the SFUSD Department of Technology, developing a district IT master plan, developing district standards and specifications, confirming goals and outcomes for digital learning, et cetera. So that, where is, I guess what I'm confused about is why is that work, why are we spending another $1.9 million on that work? Or am I misunderstanding that?
Yeah. So thank you. So the focus around this, the contract and the services provided are with respect to the technology infrastructure and modernization that's required to support 21st century and digital learning, the needs and capacities that we have in buildings, for the wireless capacity, for the speed of our fiber that we have. And what it does is it sort of provides a parallel sort of IT infrastructure master plan that goes along with the bond program. I'm stumbling on my words right now. The bond program. So it's not looking at the instructional side of our, in our digital learning plan per se, but how is the infrastructure going to support that and have the flexibility so that as, needs expand. So when we, the increase of technology that we have now for students, the moving, almost all of our equipment is on our network now. So being able to meet those demands in our buildings through the bond construction program.
Yeah, no, definitely. I guess I'm trying to decide what the increase is about then. Like, was this an unanticipated piece of that work, or, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to understand why we're increasing this contract then.
It's not, so it's extending it, so to be able to complete the buildings that are, and the construction that's on track through the 2016 bond program. And then through RFP, there are, cost increase as part of a new contract. So that would be the, that would be the extent there, but it's to add an additional 2 years. So the contract had previously ended. We did a competitive process. And so it'd be to add another 2 years of support.
So but still for the same 2016 projects, yeah?
What was identified, right. So the projects weren't all, sorry, the construction projects, there are both the bond modernization, and then we do a similar technology modernization that may be different buildings than the bond modernization. So there's 2 paths for it. So there's buildings that we have that we know that we need IT modernization that may not be on the bond master plan. So we add those, and then in the bond programs, the buildings and schools that are part of the bond master plan also have technology modernization as part of that. So it's also to ensure that we have consistency of our standards and practices across both of those.
Okay. And this person, Lokesh Bali, that's the individual who's kind of the consultant, is that right?
Yes, one of them, yes.
And again, I'm just trying to figure this out. So it looks on here like they get paid $40,000 a month. Is that right? Am I getting that right? Roughly. So that's like $480,000 a year.
The firm, I don't think that individual, right, but the firm.
Well, it's listed here as the individual. It's listed as IT program Lokesh Bali, and then there's 2 other people that get $30,000 a month. So I'm just trying to understand, because that's more than anyone in the district. That's more than the superintendent gets paid. So I'm trying to understand, is that accurate? Is that individual getting nearly $500,000 a year?
I don't believe so. I'd have to go back and review that.
Well, that's, I mean, am I wrong about the $40,000 a month thing? I'm just looking at it says Cordoba SFUSD staffing plan, fiscal year 2022, 2024, total cost July 2022, and there's 39,468 for that person. And then there's 2 other people. I mean, it looks to me like these would be like the 3 highest paid people in the district. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
Commissioner, I'm happy to get more details on the staffing structure of the Cordoba team. I would actually find it hard to believe with the volume of work that is going on with the DOT program that 3 lone individuals are doing all of it, and think of it probably again more akin to the AECOM contract where specific individuals are identified as part of the team that is to provide services, but there are also other team members. That being said, I am less engaged with the management, day-to-day management of the Cordoba contract than the DOT team is. I defer to Ms. Dodd, but I'm also happy to collect a few more details on this.
As I would be willing and wanting to do the same as well.
And I apologize for not asking this in advance. I admit I didn't catch this. And when the public comment, I want to thank who brought it up in public comments. I want to be clear, I'm not trying to play gotcha in any way. I'd be happy to wait and get these answers. I literally just heard it and was looking at it. So I apologize to staff for not raising this before.
And actually, I was gonna suggest, I know Dr. Wayne would really appreciate me saying this. As you know, the agendas come out on Friday. And so with one of the things we want to do is give you very accurate information, and the more opportunities we have to go back and research, we can give you the most accurate information. So if possible, and like I said, I know Dr. Wayne, and I know he would appreciate me saying this as you move forward. If you could ask those questions Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we could get you much more accurate information than on the spot.
Well, it was interesting. We had at our conference with other school board members, we talked to some board members from, I think it was Houston, and they said, I can't believe that you actually vote on things that they only give you 72 hours in advance. I mean, I was at my cousin's wedding this weekend trying to be with family. Like, it's really not practical to have 72 hours to review all these things. And so I think that's something that we've been talking about as a board too.
Yes, and we're working to shift that. So I think for the business at hand, thank you, Commissioner Alexander. I'd like to call for a roll call vote at this time unless there's any additional comments.
Can I just ask a clarification
Yes.
question? Are we holding this item or are we voting on this item? Okay.
We are voting on this item.
So we,
Right?
I know, but
we, so 45 separate from the ones Commissioner Shu severed? The General Counsel?
Yeah, sorry, Judson, I'm just looking. I believe your severed items should have an individual vote under item G. So you want to call for a vote on the consent calendar with the exception of those that were pulled.
We did that.
So then the individual ones should be on item G. And I would do them individually because they were pulled individually.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we need a motion on the new ones as well, or on the severed items?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, so a motion on 13, 14, 15, 26, 27, 49, and 50. That we're doing 45 separately. So we'll do Commissioner Shu's severs first. Is there a motion on that item?
Second.
I'm sorry, clarification, legal counsel, because I thought it was voting on it individually.
Right. So as long as the record is clear and the board members are clear on what you're voting on, you can do these individually if you wish, or if we know that you have general consent for the vast majority of the items pulled, you could have one vote for those and then one on the one item that remains a concern.
Okay, so for clarification, we will do a general consent vote for the batch that Commissioner Shu raised, and we will do 45 separately, a separate roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. So for 45 now? Thank you. We do.
So moved.
Want me to second? What?
For 40.
Okay, on 45, Commissioner Alexander,
No.
Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
No.
Commissioner Matamati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward, President Lamb.
Yes.
That's 3 ayes, 2 nays, 2 absent. That fails, right? With 3 ayes?
Yes, it needs
Yes,
4.
that fails.
It fails.
Thank you. $45 fails. I'm sorry. So we're gonna do the batch of 13, 14, 15, 26, 27, 49, 50. We already moved and seconded that, so Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matamati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward, President Lamb,
Yes.
5 ayes.
For clarification, I'd like to get a report on the impact of number 45 failing as a follow-up to the board, please.
President Lamb, are you asking for that at a later date, or would you like it now?
No, at a later date. Right, moving on to agenda items H, proposals for action. The revised board policy 4361 leaves for certified and classified unrepresented supervisory and management personnel. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Dr. Matthews? Oh, I'm sorry.
Retroactive contract.
We have not. Exactly. That's probably why I'm skipping over, because I can't function really right now, so. All right, so I need a motion and a second to extend the meeting beyond 10 PM.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we will do a general consent. All right, so we will extend. We are now on hour 5. Moving to agenda item F to retroactive contracts. I need a motion and a second on the retroactive contracts.
So moved.
Second.
Public comment, like to open for public comment, please.
None for in-person.
Seeing no virtual public comment.
Thank you so much. Are there any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent?
No.
Any items removed for first reading by the board? Okay, or severed by the board or superintendent? Seeing none, like to get roll call vote on the retroactive contracts from the consent calendar.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matamati,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward, President Lamb,
Yes,
5 ayes.
thank you. Okay, now we're to agenda H, proposals for action. The revised board policy 4361 leaves for certified and classified unrepresented supervisory and management personnel. I'd like to ask for a motion, or we had a motion and a second already, but repeat that, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Dr. Matthews to introduce the designee.
So the designee for this item, is our general counsel, Danielle Hout. We're on item H1.
Commissioners, tonight we're asking that you approve Board Policy 4361, which has been amended. The title for that policy is Leaves of Certificated and Classified Unrepresented Supervisory and Management Personnel. It's a mouthful.
Is there public comment this time?
There's no in-person public comment.
Seeing no virtual public comment.
Invite comments from the board. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman Ward? President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Moving on to agenda item I, special order of business, public hearing and adoption of the SELPA local plan and the annual budget and annual service plan for special education for the San Francisco Unified School District and County Office of Education 2168 S01. I call the public hearing to the special education annual budget and annual service plan. I'd like to call for a motion and a second on the budget and service plan.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Matthews, like to introduce designee, please, to read the recommendation.
So reading this recommendation or leading this public hearing will be our head of special education services, Jean Robertson, and her team.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really happy to be here at this late hour. And I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this with Julia Martin, the special education ombudsperson, and Simone Green, our executive director of special education fiscal services and operations. So looking at our core values, we always start here. We in special education are very student-centered, and we're ready for the next slide. I'm going to state our mission here tonight. Our mission as special educators is twofold, in that we are committed to providing innovative, effective strategies toward better outcomes for the lifelong success of our students. And in doing so, we adhere to hard-won rules and laws that are also right for children, that are spelled out in the state and federal regulations. We do this for eligible students on individual education programs, otherwise known as IEPs, through specially designed instruction and related services to meet their individual needs for a free and appropriate public education, often referred to as FAPE. If we go on to the next slide, you might be familiar with this slide. It's putting the puzzle together, and we're always striving for coherence. The work of our district is complex, and this slide represents only a fraction of the puzzle that we are faced with each day. Under Dr. Matthews and Deputy Ford Morthel's leadership these past several years, there has been a keen eye on coherence, aligning our priorities and interconnecting our focused efforts. The special education budget and annual service plan that we present to you tonight is focused on one focal student population, students on individual education plans. This year's plan takes into account the priorities in our district and the current pandemic chapter before us as we adjust to our current conditions. I'm going to hand over the presentation for the next few slides to Ombudsperson Julia Martin, because in her role as the Community Advisory Committee liaison, she is responsible for driving and overseeing the SELPA local plan and public hearing process, and she will now map out what it entails. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Jean. So before we talk about the local plan, I want to provide a little bit of information about our SELPA. SELPA stands for California Special Education Local Plan Area. The map you see here shows California's SELPA regions, which are responsible for providing special education services for the students within their boundaries. San Francisco is a large single district SELPA made up of students in our district, but also students in our county office of education, as well as 4 charter schools. Our SFUSD superintendent, Dr. Matthews, is also the superintendent of our county office of education. Jean Robertson not only is our head of special education, she's also our SELPA director. SELPAs are required to submit a local plan to the California Department of Education every year. The purpose of the plan is to ensure all students in the SELPA have access to special education programs, and that all federal and state special education laws and ed codes are being followed, and that the plan is being shared with the public, which is why we are holding tonight's public hearing. Lastly, each SELPA must have a community advisory committee for special education. The CAC for special education plays an advisory role in the district, and California Ed Code requires that the CAC advises the SELPA on the development, amendment, and review of the local plan, as well as the priorities to be addressed in the plan. This spring, CAC leadership and SELPA leadership had several meetings to review the plan, to share questions, concerns, and priorities. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to share a little bit about our local plan process. The plan starts with individual education programs, individual student IEPs at our school sites. That is the foundation of our plan. The plan that includes our service plan and our budget, which together demonstrate that our SELPA is putting together a program that meets the needs of every single student. The third dot on that, or the fourth dot actually, is our public hearings, where we shared the plan with the public at the CAC meeting and at tonight's board meeting. And the final dot is certification of the plan, which is where we ask President Lamb, we ask Dr. Matthews and the chair of our Community Advisory Committee to sign off and give their assurances that the SELPA has done their part to provide services to students with disabilities. Next slide, please. This slide is where we have connected for all of you our service plan, as well as a spreadsheet that shows the location of special education services. So our service plan shows every single service being provided in our district and the location of each and every one of those services. It's a very in-depth plan, and we share it here tonight. We also have it posted on our website for the public to view. Next slide, please.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about our students. I find this slide to be very compelling. Notice that overall enrollment in the blue trapezoid is dropping, but the number of students and the percentage of students on IEPs as part of the total enrollment has increased over the past 6 years. We are hearing from our SELPA partners that this scenario is being replicated statewide. This is not due to an over-identification of students, but rather to the fact that students without disabilities are leaving public schools at a faster rate than those with disabilities who are staying for the programs that we offer. This slide pushes the notion that SPED cannot be the only game in town. Inclusion, universal design for learning, and programs like comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, otherwise known as CSACE, are an investment in improving our general education services and an opportunity to interrupt the disproportionality in our special education population. We remain concerned about an increasingly growing inexperienced staff, and the overall lack of staff are moving us farther away from the original goals of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, otherwise known as IDEA, that was written to include all children in general education classrooms to the greatest extent possible at their neighborhood schools. If you go on to the next slide. This slide shows the primary eligibility of our students on IEPs. See the graphic on the left that illustrates primary eligibilities of students with IEPs, and the graphic on the right that illustrates the setting our students receive their specialized academic instruction and related services. Regardless of disability, over 73% of students spend the majority of their day in the general education setting. With the percent of special education students increasing in our schools, inclusion, universal design for learning, and positive behavior intervention services, otherwise known as PBIS, become even more crucial. We have to work together to meet the needs of all students, and we will continue to strive for coherence in SFUSD. It is important to note a few things. Special education is not a place, it is a service. Students receiving services are general education students first and should have access to the same programs as their non-disabled peers. In the past 2 decades, there has been a steady increase in identified students with autism, and typically these students have multiple services on their IEPs. Special education encompasses a significant portion of our district's overall budget and is appropriate and just given our district's core values and our students' disabilities. It is also the law under IDEA. However, special education is woefully underfunded at state and federal levels, so we must be efficient and mindful of our current cost drivers. With this in mind, Simone Green, our Executive Director of Fiscal and Operations, will report the budget numbers for the year ahead.
Thank you, Jean. Next slide, thank you. Okay, so good evening, everyone. This is our proposed fiscal year 22-23 special education budget at a total of $209 million. I'm going to give you a moment to review this table before I begin, and I'll be working from left to right and then top to bottom. All right, I'm going to get started. So we'll start with our SPED site-based salaries, which represent site-based staff, including special education teachers, paraeducators, psychologists, and other service providers in the field. We are budgeting just over 1,600 full-time equivalents, or FTEs, to serve our students in the coming year at $143 million. Our central office salaries at $11 million represents the roughly 84 employees in the central office that support the vast network of students and those serving in the field. These positions are supervisors, content specialists, analysts, and clerks, just to name a few. Extended calendar and substitutes budgeted at $2 million covers the cost of training and professional development, as well as year-round assessments for pre-K and early start students. The curriculum and instruction line at $1 million includes special education curriculum, materials, and supplies, but does not include software and licenses used for instruction due to accounting guidelines, and those are included in the consultants line below. The NPA, NPS, consultants category, budgeted at $31 million, is more complex as it comprises specialized services to students on IEPs. I'll provide some clarity to give you a better understanding of this category. So I'll start with just some definitions. NPA stands for non-public agency. These are independent agencies that provide necessary related services beyond our staff's capacity. Services may include American Sign Language interpretation and short-term and/or specialized behavioral, academic, or nursing support. NPS stands for non-public schools. These schools offer very specialized educational services that aren't offered in our cohort schools. Eligible students attending non-public schools have rare and/or significant disabilities. Our consultants offer varied services depending on the need in the field. To name a few, they foster students' augmented communication on high-tech devices like an iPad, or conduct independent educational evaluations, which we refer to as IEEs, for eligible students. Some consultants provide specialized training for staff, and also included in the consultant's line item is instructional software and licenses. Due to ongoing staffing shortages, our NPA and consultant budget is adjusted to cover the needs for mental health services and IEEs. Mental health services, this number represents grant-funded expenditures at $3.3 million, excluding salaries, which are included in the site-based salaries line above. The number includes non-public schools and agencies and consultants that provide mental health services. And I want to emphasize here that there are additional mental health related expenses in this budget, but they are spread throughout the budget. We highlighted this as this number represents specifically what's covered by our mental health federal and state resources. Legal claims and reimbursements are directly related to agreements made with families providing compensatory services for either missed services or exposure in the field. We've increased our budget this year to $3.7 million for this item to align with our actual expenditures. Operations is budgeted at $8.8 million, and that includes items such as rents, leases, mileage, telephone expenses, food, postage, supplies, non-capitalized equipment, and indirect costs, which are the costs that cross over into other departments that support special education in the management of our funds. So think our budget and accounting teams here at the district. And then extended school year is our annual summer instruction program. And this number includes salaries, benefits, curriculum, and supplies coming in at $4.4 million. Next slide, please. This slide provides a visual representation of the budget we just reviewed. I'm going to walk you through the largest categories, and I'm going to move in a clockwise direction. So the large light blue section you see represents 68% of our budget and encompasses the site-based staff, including the special education teachers, the para-educators, psychologists, and other service providers in the field. Our red, like the lighter red category, at 5% represents our full-time employees that are centrally supporting the vast network of students and those serving in the field. And again, these positions are supervisors, content specialists, analysts, and clerks. And then the last large bucket that I'll draw your attention to is that green category, and that's 15% of our budget, and includes non-public schools, non-public agencies, and consultants, which you may recall also includes instructional software and licenses. And I am going to hand it back over to Jean. And next slide, please.
Okay, so we're going to wrap it up, but we want to just inspire everybody in the room because we need to do this together. We need your help. So together we can strengthen our inclusive practices to meet the needs of all students. We have a big job ahead of us and we can't do this alone. My department is listening and working with many different groups to grow our inclusion and advocacy muscles so that we can rise up to meet the needs of all students. This means that we will continue to listen to and prioritize the voices of our colleagues in the field, the families and our parent advisory groups who are asking for inclusive practices, staffing stability and training, support of in-home languages and mental health, and trauma-informed resources for our students who are most impacted by the pandemic. We will continue to advocate on the state and federal level for increased IDEA funding. And one of the silver linings of the pandemic is that this has pushed us together closer to our community colleagues. We are bridging gaps throughout the city, learning how to wrap around students and address where the systems fall short and find ways to pick up and support each other in serving our students with disabilities. We are doing this citywide. So we're going to go on to the next slide. and we're going to say thank you for your attention tonight. As we present this to you, and here are our contacts, and we're all coming back next year. So we are going to continue the good work in SFUSD and look forward to partnering with everybody in this room. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the team. And it's so nice to see you all in person. It's been years. So thank you. So at this time, I'd like to call on any public speakers, please.
Thank you, President Lamb. We have two in person, Alita Fisher and Selena Chu. So please go on and line up and you'll have 1 minute each. Sounds good.
My name is Selena Chu, and I'm a parent of an upcoming third grader. And I thank you for your work. I really wish, this gets more people will know about it, because I'm still amazed about the work that you did and everything that's included in here. And I wanted to let you know that my upcoming third grader, I guess our school, I didn't know about the services that are offered by SFUSD for special ed, because my son, he's been on speech therapy since age 2, and he just graduated months before he started kindergarten. And ever since kindergarten, every single year I will be asked or told by teachers, different teachers in kindergarten and first grade and second grade, that there's something wrong with your kid. And I don't know where to seek help, because they're only calling me to tell me, can you bring him home, because he's on the ground for 2 hours. He won't get up. And I don't know where to go for help. And I felt like if this can be shared with the schools, because the school educators needs to know we shouldn't be sending back kids. We need to provide the help for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on behalf of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, I would like to thank the Special Education Department and our ombudsperson for their collaboration. The CAC had the opportunity to review this local plan at our last meeting, as well as in many prep meetings ahead of time, and the district has been very transparent, very responsive to our feedback. So thank you very much. We appreciate your collaboration and support. I'd like to highlight a couple things from the report. So over the past 4 years, 5 years actually, state and federal funding for special education grew by 6%, yet our expenditures to support students based on their IEPs, which are legally binding contracts, grew 35%. So we need to do better. We need to have our state and federal government do better of supporting our kids with disabilities. Thank you, Ms. Robertson, Head Robertson, for the Together We Can mentality. Like I said for Ali, special education can't do this alone. 74% of our kids with IEPs sit in gen ed. Everyone needs training. Everyone needs staff in their schools. We need more school psychologists, more behavioralists everywhere. Thank you.
That concludes in-person public comment. Let's look to virtual.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the SELPA plan. You will have 1 minute. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. El comentario público es solamente de 1 minuto por persona. Gracias.
如果想就住 SELPA 計劃嘅嗰個 SELPA plan 去講呢個公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手立，每人有1分鐘嘅時間。
Thank you. Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris Klaus, a special education teacher, normally at Washington High School. Thank you guys so much for that report. I'm so glad that I was able to stay up for it, despite the really long and tiring day I had at DSY today. It was very informative. My biggest plea to the board, to members of the public, to anyone who is interested in supporting education in general, but especially special education, IDEA promises a certain amount of funding for districts. It has promised that since it was created. We have never gotten that funding. No district has ever gotten 100% of the funding that's been promised. we need advocacy support. We need help because we have a lot of people employed in this district to support students with IEPs, and we need more, and we need to be able to do things right. And maybe we can use some of that money, if we ever get fully funded, to make ESY less insane and get people who are qualified to teach Mod Severe teaching Mod Severe. Thanks.
Thank you. Yvette? Yvette? Hava?
Yes, first I just want to thank everybody. I'm just so grateful for your work and for your leadership. The second thing is I just want to highlight the importance of breaking down silos and training, in particular in general education. Usually the front line is general education administrators, teachers, etc., guiding parents as to where to go or how to help their children. It's very important that we bring the two together. SPED and general is too separated, not only in sight, but also in central. And as a parent who has struggled with my son navigating that, I can tell you it would mean everything to me to have those that are on the ground understand not only my needs as trying to navigate for my son, but my son himself within the classroom. And the best way to do that is to bring more people into the room together. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. That concludes virtual public comment.
Thank you. Comments from colleagues, from board members? Commissioner Bogus, Vice President Bogus.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how students in our special education program are kind of performing academically. And I guess just hearing about the shortcomings that we have, I guess, how are we managing them? And I guess, what are the expectations we should be sharing with families, or the expectations families have that we should make them aware that we're not fully able to meet because of our budgetary constraints? And I guess how we kind of balance kind of all the different responsibilities without having the necessary funds to kind of do everything that we're required to do fully.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Bogus, or I should say questions. The first question had to do with how are the kids doing academically? And I'm not actually poised at this moment to report out on that authentically. I can say that we did have a jump in high school literacy last year, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I remember being celebratory with Ritu Khanna when we were reviewing those numbers. So we can report out some of the big information that we get from RPA. Typically, we measure student progress on their IEPs and how they're doing on their goals and objectives that teams have written. So it's very individualized to see how a student is doing on their particular goals. You also asked a question about how are we managing? And you had a question at the end of last year as we were preparing to start for this year. And you said, are you prepared? Are you fully staffed? Are you ready? And I was like, yeah, I think we're good. Well, we weren't good. It was very, very difficult year for us. We in no way could have anticipated the level of staffing crisis that we had. We were absolutely all hands on deck in SPED Central. We reassigned half of our content specialists this past year to cover vacancies for the entire year. And that was a blow that our central office simply couldn't sustain. We were not able to respond in the way that we typically do, which is stretched anyway. So we struggled, but we stuck it out. We worked so hard to be responsive with our lead partners. We did a lot of collaboration with our assistant soups. We really honed in on certain schools that were struggling with staffing, and we paid a lot of attention to those schools. We prioritized, in other words. We got very creative with compensatory service agreements proactively. We didn't wait to fail. We knew who wasn't going to get what, and we worked with the teams proactively and the families. Our ADR team, which stands for Alternative Dispute Resolution, typically we use alternative dispute resolution when there's a dispute or there's a problem, there's a disagreement. And this year we front loaded so many teams to alternative dispute resolution, knowing that we weren't going to be able to meet their needs. So we worked with families to determine what was going to help their children get to that next level due to the lack of staffing at some of our schools. So we absolutely did the best we could, and I can honestly tell you that our community and our families were graceful in this process. And I kept thinking of Nikki Ford Morthell at the very beginning of the pandemic, kept talking about grace and compassion. Well, we absolutely kept that notion alive, and Sped Central is to the best of our abilities, because people were working so hard, and I think that everybody knew that. So while there was struggles at the school site, there were very many struggles at the central level as well. But where, you know, it's not reported as much. But we did struggle. We came together. We did the best we can. We restructured. We absolutely had to do some things differently. This year, we pivoted and came away from the cohort model, where we actually had a supervisor that was aligned with a cohort. Because we were covering so many classes, we honed in on sort of the autism behavior focus, the sort of cross-categorical focus, and the RSP model focus for elementary. So instead of having 5 supervisors, we brought it down to 4. We also put a supervisor on looking at the backlog of assessments, and we created a dashboard so that we could really monitor the school sites and support and communication. It was tough, but we did restructure a little bit, and we're going to keep those structures because we think they're right for what is happening in public education at this time. So there were some silver linings and some new learnings to build on.
Thank you for that. No, and thank you all for your hard work, and also for the families who are engaged and kind of actively making sure we're accountable and serving students. I think the thing that I'm worried about is I feel like public institutions, especially schools, have a tendency to like keep going even if we're not able to fully reach the goal, because we have a responsibility to have that service available when the school day starts. And I guess I'm just wondering, like, what is it gonna take for us to get from a place where we're like treading water to survive to really ensuring students are successful? And what do we need to rethink about, recalibrate, reassign to do it? Because if the $200 million right now is like a drop in the bucket of what we need, then we have to figure a way out that's not just asking everyone to work harder and do better and be, you know, more fiscally responsible without any money to do things. And so I think just for us to figure out what is our long-term strategy to really transform these systems and get the outcomes we want, versus what it feels like is happening now, where we're maintaining kind of the best practices we have and trying to improve on them, but understanding that we don't have the financial capabilities and staffing capabilities to do everything we want.
Well, one thing that happened this year, you know, we engaged in a continuous improvement cycle, and it happened to be a really helpful tool because we had to do all of this reorganization. So I don't believe that we are doing business as usual right now. I mean, we simply can't. It's not even an option. So that notion of bringing the community together is real. So meeting with our labor partners is something that we really value. Like, we have to hear from the field. Chris Kloss, we know Chris Kloss. We talk to her a lot, and I'm just using her as a symbol of the work that has to happen. Julia and I meet one Friday a month with a whole myriad of city partners that also serve our kids outside of school. So we're aligning on sort of how best to wrap around kids and not just so like we have a responsibility to serve them from bell to bell, but so much can happen outside of bell to bell when they're in other city agencies. We also really strengthened, I won't say we strengthened, we built a professional development module in scope and sequence. We didn't completely lift it off. It's all set, but we had some snags with attendance just due to pandemic problems. People just weren't coming at the level that we thought they would. And this was co-developed with our labor partners. So we know we are not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We have to build on that. And I think one of the most important things that we're doing this year is the work of CSACE. Now you heard about that earlier tonight with our partners from Ali and the APAC. You know, that was a very, very heavy lift to build up during a pandemic, but the commitment to that plan and that program is very real, and we would all be wise to pay very close attention to that. And we are presenting on that on June 28th. So I know that some of the commissioners wanted more information on that, and that is forthcoming. So there's some good structures in place that are new, and I won't say post-pandemic because we're still very much in a pandemic, but it's of the time, let's say. The time is ripe to change it up because status quo is not working, right?
I just want to say thank you, and I was one of the commissioners that was asking questions of staff, and I really appreciate you getting back to me so quickly. And I am very interested in learning more about CSACE and the implementation and really making headway there. I'm also interested in partnership with general education and looking at tier 1 interventions and offerings before kids are getting referred out. I've heard time and time again from site visits how difficult that is. And so I know that there's work to do, and I'm very interested in figuring that out, especially as our referrals out to non-public schools are increasing and our parent settlements are increasing. There's definitely gaps in what we're able to service, understandably, given what you've talked about today. So I really appreciate the overview. I appreciate the hard work. And I'm really interested in having special education be part. I mean, you're 20% of our budget so just from a financial standpoint, it's a big deal, but which is clearly not enough to do the work, but we need to be more closely aligned with general education services. So it's not, I loved what you said, it's not a place, you know, so it's part of what we're doing every day with all of our kids. So thank you very much. And I don't know if you wanted to add anything about your experience with general ed, or if there's any particular areas that you want to focus where their headway is being made or you're prioritizing.
Well, I'm a fan of general ed, obviously. As a general ed teacher for many years. So yeah, we have a bold commitment to work with our partners. We do now. So yeah, I guess that's my response. Julia does have something to add, though.
Yeah, so one of the really exciting things, so, you know, I'm a parent of a kid with the IEP who had an IEP in the district who's now graduating. So I've seen our district go through many different special education plans. One of the most exciting things that I have seen in this role is the ADR funding, right? So it is funding that is being used to directly address the relationship families have with their school sites, to repair those relationships. It's based on restorative practices, develop trust, and work on communication, which is all a really great thing. And it was good in the way it was, and it got better this past year, and that we got grant funding for parent empowerment and education. So for me, when I hear, you know, parents come and talk like, I wish I knew, one of the exciting things we're getting is 2 individuals that will be working within my office to go out to school sites and do some of that education and parent empowerment, right? So we can start to spread the word, because it's not, it's complex, this work. It's really complex, and so we have more people to go out and inform parents and guide them on the benefits of 504, on the benefits of doing some small things, on the benefits of who needs an IEP, what does that provide, right? There's so many myths out there. We also have a whole education series that we're able to provide and pay for, and parent trainings around these things. We haven't had the budget to do those before. Like, it is really, really exciting that this grant has allowed us to do this work. And the other thing I would say is there is so much exciting legislation coming down. I really want to thank Myung for helping kind of lead some of those advocacy work in our district and really listening to CAC parents. There are some bills coming around, SB 1113, around inclusion and universal design for learning, that includes training for staff, for general education staff and administrators. So there's some exciting things coming.
Well, I'm glad I asked.
Thank you so much to the team. At this time, I'd like to call for roll call, please. Vote.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman Ward? President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Thank you so much. The public hearing is over. Therefore, the board will go back into regular session. Moving on to item 22614 S02, the ground lease between MP Francis Scott Key, 2 Associates LP and San Francisco Unified School District for development of low-income housing units. I'm also going to ask for a motion and a second for the combination of 2 and 3, which is 22614 S03, ground lease between MP Francis Scott Key 1 LLC and San Francisco Unified School District for development of moderate income housing units. Can I ask for a motion and a second for both items 2 and 3?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Superintendent to designate to read a recommendation.
Reading the recommendation into the record will be our Deputy Superintendent of Policy and Operations, Myung Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. So I will read the recommended action for 226-14 S02 first, which is to approve the ground lease agreement between the district and MP Francis Scott Key 2 Associates LP for development of low-income housing units. And I can just say quickly, maybe I'll just highlight a few things from the board docs description. These first 2 items, number 2, Special Order 2 and Special Order 3, are the ground leases to between SFUSD and Mid-Penn, our developer for the Shirley Chisholm Village development. It is our first brick and mortar housing development after decades of discussion and years of pretty intense planning. This first item is for the portion of the development that would be for the more deeply subsidized units, also called low-income units. And the next item will be for the more moderate income units. So together they comprise 135 units of total housing, all but one, which would be for SFUSD educators and other employees, pending sufficient demand to take up the units for which there is a priority.
Thank you. I was using the wrong mic. Is there public comment for items 2 and 3? I will take them together.
There are none for in-person.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to items 2 and 3. Can we have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. los rubros 2 y 3. Gracias.
如果大家想就第2項同第3項講公眾發言的話，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Seeing no virtual public comment.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please. And we'll have to take the roll call separately.
I apologize. Just real quick. I'm assuming that, I know that there's two different ground leases based on the financing, but there wouldn't be two separate buildings, would it? I didn't think so. I just wanted to confirm that.
Correct, Commissioner. It is one building and there is no physical segregation or, physical distinctions between the two parcels. They all represent one harmonized physical structure.
We'll take a separate roll call vote for items 2 and 3.
Thank you. On item 2, Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward, President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes. On item 3, or SO3, Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward, President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes.
Moving on to item 4, the MOU Memorandum of Understanding between the San Francisco Unified School District and City and County of San Francisco. I'd like to ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President Lamb. Reading this item into the record will be our Deputy Superintendent of Policy and Operations, Mi-Young Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. And this is the third item, and they together represent a package. They all work together. So the recommended action on special order number 4 is approve the memorandum of understanding between the SFUSD and the City and County of San Francisco, acting by and through the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. And this would authorize entering into an MOU between the district and the City and County through the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development. And the key provisions of this MOU pertain to laying out the responsibilities, mutual responsibilities, and the guidelines for marketing between the city and the district, and such things as conducting the lottery and doing targeted outreach to prospective residents of the building. Also very exciting.
Thank you so much. See if there's any public comment, please.
None for in-person.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the MOU between SFUSD and the City and County of San Francisco. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
各位好，若果你想就住三藩市聯合校區同埋市政府嘅合作備忘錄講公眾發言的話，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. Seeing no virtual public comment.
Thank you. Any comments? Roll call vote, please.
On special order business number
4,
4,
Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
That's me, I'm sorry. Commissioner Alexander, Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward, President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes.
So exciting. So very exciting. Go ahead. Deputy Superintendent.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. If I may very briefly, I would like to introduce a colleague who will be really instrumental in carrying this project. This was a huge milestone tonight. Thank you so much. But Karen Sullivan, whom some of you I think know and have seen at Buildings and Grounds Committee meetings, She is the Executive Director of Facility and Capital Planning on Ms. Kamalanathan's team, and she is very steeped in this project, and you'll be hearing from her on future project updates. And I, for my part, will be cheering the project on and all of these efforts on from a greater distance, but this was a major milestone, and look forward to more updates in the future, and really want to thank Ms. Sullivan, Suzanne Kim from the legal office, our partners at the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development, MidPen, United Educators of San Francisco, and other partners for all the progress so far.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Tomedy.
Sorry. I just want to say, the first time I met you, I asked you what is something you're excited about, what you're working on. This was the project, and I am just thrilled that you had an opportunity to introduce it and to see it be approved. And congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Matomedy, and thank you, Deputy Superintendent Lee. It's really, really exciting and historical for this district to move forward with our educator housing. At this time, we will move to agenda item K, the introduction of proposals and assignment to committee. Public and board comment on proposals. At this time, we will accept proposals for a first reading and then assign them to their next journey in the process with the board. In order to promote efficient meetings, this category is treated as a single item and requires a single motion and a second. And in accordance with the board's rules and procedures, the board encourages members of the public to address their concerns to the body of the board that's going to be reviewing that, which is going to be the entire board. And we will not engage in a discussion on these items. So we are going to allocate a total of 5 minutes for 4 items that we are moving forward. So at this time, I want to see if there's any public comment for introduction of proposals to assignment.
Yes, we have 6 here in person, and again, I'll reiterate that there's a total of 5 minutes, so take that into consideration as you're speaking. Jennifer Nguyen, Michelle Jacques-Menegas, Alita Fisher, Leslie Hu, Cassandra Curio, Selena Chu.
It is 11 o'clock. I will be limiting this to a total of 5 minutes. So if I really encourage speakers, if you haven't spoken tonight, to yield your time or at least be very brief so that your fellow public members can have their time at the mic.
I will be brief. Michelle Jacques-Menegas, coordinator for the Parent Advisory Council. We've heard a lot of concern about the resolution to suspend committees. I think some of that was just a lack of clarity. Some folks may think that it's all committees, and I can see when we read the resolution that it's the standing committees and not advisory committees. So I think it is important to make sure that we convey exactly what committees and how long you expect it to be for, and how the work will get done that would normally happen in those committees, especially because this board has been really clear that the committees are the place to have the deeper conversations and meaningful discussions on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Following up on what Michelle said, transparency and accountability are key in any public entity, particularly one tasked with forwarding the next generation, our future leaders. So if the work isn't going to be done in community or in committees transparently and accountably, where will it be done? Where can families engage? As Commissioner Bogus said earlier, this has been, this spot where I'm standing right now has been the only place that a lot of families have had their voices heard. So where do we go to engage, which is exactly what we're supposed to be doing? We've talked about LCAP all night, right? We've talked about, half of the presentations have been about engagement. Where do we do it? Thank you.
Cassandra Curiel, President of UESF. To add on to points that have not yet been made about the issue that I raised against is regarding the resolution to suspend committee work, is that what happens to the work that's currently sitting there now that has been pushed there? Does that impact how longer these meetings will go if all work around oversight and governance is streamlined to just this one location or just this one space twice a month? How much longer, how much more will happen? Will work be dropped and or suspended as a result of indefinitely suspending these standing committees? And then further, and again, this is made true, in spaces where there is no light and no air, folks, it breeds mistrust. So without the ability to access these individual meetings themselves, particularly with items that are so meaty and heavy as a budget, right? Budget Services Committee meeting. When we're talking about money, there is lots and lots of questions involved that can't always be answered line by line item in meetings such as this. I do run my own governance meetings, multiple tiers of governance. I understand a streamlining, I understand an evolutionary process. I also know, and many years of experience in that it doesn't come from or breed trust when taking away the different measures that provide access to and discussion for. And again, meaningful discussion, not just going through the motions or not just saying something to say something, but really where can we have those meaningful moments when headway and understanding is made through real discourse and dialogue. And that's what these committee meetings, in absence of having to do that here, where that action is not, one, permissible, but also efficient. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Selena Chu, and I wanted to urge the board to actually for the incoming next year school year's budget, please consider many priorities that we currently do need to face, which are the structural budget deficits, the literacy crisis, achievement gap. I was speaking to a student sitting out there in the lobby, and she said, why don't we have Saturday schools or programs similar to Kumon that SFUSD could provide for students who wants to take the initiative but don't have the funding from their families to do that. And also, I encourage you to spend the money on, the accurate payroll issues that we currently face, because teachers need to get paid, and the staffing issues that, the layoff that we currently face. And also, please also address the COVID learning recovery. So please spend the money on these important priorities that we should be talking about. We should be reviewing these, and don't money is important, but we should not be sacrificing our students' quality education because we are low on money. So please, I do urge you to talk about these, and we should continue to speak about these so our kids can continue to receive the best education, and more families will be coming back, enrolling their kids back into SFUSD, so we get more funding from the state level, from the federal level, so we can provide the support that our students need. Thank you so much.
Judson, have we reached our 5-minute?
Yes, there's like 20 seconds left.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to close public comment. The superintendent's resolutions, item 2, 3, and 4 can be referred to a special meeting for discussion and action.
President Lamb, that special meeting is scheduled for June 22nd.
Thank you for that reminder. Item 5 will be referred to the June 28th regular board meeting for action. And I did want to provide some additional context, because I know that there was some both public comment and just overall questions. And we're going to talk about some more as a board, but I just wanted to take the opportunity that The board is embarking on redesigning its work and how we're building a stronger focus on student outcomes and well-being for students. And this is a short-term step for helping the board to make this transition. And that this is a temporary step, but the necessary one, so that it allows the board to have the space and the focus. All the work that might otherwise have been sent to committee will now be handled by the full board at this time. And that I hope our goal is that this creates more transparency and not the opposite. And how the board has conducted itself has not been the most effective, and has not been where we want to be able to see where the changes we want to undergo as a governing body. And that understanding the changes, and understand that change is different and uncomfortable. And so the full board is going to have an opportunity to reflect on whether or not it believes that changing how we conduct ourselves is warranted. And this is a reasonable temporary step. So I look forward to having more discussion as a board on the 28th around why this call for a temporary pause, and the plans that are moving forward in our district of organizational priorities and our goals. So at this time, we will move to agenda item L, board members' reports, and report from standing meetings, the Augmented Curriculum and Program Committee on Monday, June 13th. Commissioner Sanchez not here this evening, perhaps a board member, Commissioner Alexander.
Yeah, I filled in for him because he wasn't able to be there. We had 3 items. There were 2 informational items, one on summer programming for 2022 and another on math programs. And we had a good discussion on those. And then there was one action item, which was the resolution to include the observance of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha in the SFUSD academic and instructional calendars. And Commissioner Shu and I had different opinions on it, and so we forwarded it back to the board with no recommendation, basically. So I'm assuming that maybe we'll come back on the 28th so we can all talk about it. Do you want to add anything? Okay.
Right. The informational item was on summer programming and math programs as well. All right, so for a report for board delegates and membership organizations, seeing none tonight. Other reports by board members, seeing none. And at this time, I'd like to shift to agenda item M, memorial adjournment. Dr. Matthews.
This evening, we remember Mr. Tim Warner. At 6'4", Mr. Tim Warner was larger-than-life second grade teacher that was everyone's friend on campus. He taught at Mariloma for 10 years, and before that at Rosa Parks. Mr. Warner was a champion of the arts and helped lead Mariloma's annual talent show. He was known to always encourage students to be confident and show off unique talents that weren't necessarily known by others at school. Countless young magicians, puppeteers, singers, and dancers will remember Mr. Warner rooting for them on the sidelines during their talent show acts. Most noteworthy is how Mr. Warner spearheaded Mariloma's long-standing partnership with the San Francisco Opera. He collaborated with his grade-level partners and parents in the second grade to create amazing productions every year, even on Zoom during school closures. Students and parents would help design sets, costumes, and choreography. Partners from the opera helped compose original scores of music to tackle topics chosen together with students. One recent opera was about mythical mermacorns, half mermaid and half unicorn, all about environmental conservation. Another was about a boy with 2 belly buttons that taught other students about accepting differences and inclusion. These are just 2 noteworthy recent themes among many. In honor of Mr. Warner, Mariloma will be dedicating the stage in his name. Mr. Warner belonged on that stage, and that's where a special plaque will remain for him.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews.
At this time, we will move to agenda item closed session. And before the board goes into closed session, I call for any speakers to the closed session items listed in the agenda. There'll be a total of up to 5 minutes for speakers.
We have one for in-person, Josephine John.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Fort Martha, and the school board for resolving a certain issue in a certain elementary school to satisfaction. It was very difficult when that issue was not contained and it became a huge division and distraction in our communities. But I'm glad that eventually you all hang tight and got it done and over with. And now we can focus on learning from that experience and healing among communities and moving forward. And I wish that next time, if something like that happen, make sure that different stakeholders will be informed too, including Cpac, so that we can be helpful. And I'm so glad that NAACP and HRC really step up to help out in that situation. Thank you.
Please raise your, if you care to speak to any of the closed session items. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Esos comentarios es para la sesión a puertas cerradas. Gracias.
Nếu có ai想就住閉門會議講公眾發言的話咧，你而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Thank you. Bivette, apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, this is Babette. I would like to say that I feel that that situation was not handled properly, and that this is what we continue to see over and over in our district, is that issues of anti-Blackness are never addressed. They're swept under the rug, and they're handled in a way when it's an offense against the Black community with a different type of policy than is happening with everyone else. Our district has rules around racism, which includes a no zero tolerance policy. However, whenever the Black community comes up and raises issues of repetitive behavior of racism, it's taken lightly. And then the Black community is then bullied into accepting whatever the district puts forth. And so this is again why the equity audit needs to take place, because this needs to be memorialized and there needs to be an actual policy set in place to protect Black parents and Black students, because that issue was not resolved appropriately. And in fact, we are now getting articles posted all over the Chronicle that are saying that using the N-word is now justifiable. And our children are having to read that and see that, as well as adults. And it's very traumatizing to the Black community. And to placate and pretend that this didn't happen is egregious at this point. And when you have administrators who say that they don't understand what the N-word is, or don't understand when it's appropriate to use it, then they should not be working for the district. It's unacceptable at this point. Everyone understands what that word means, when to use it and when not to use it. And when told repetitively to someone who's an adult in a leadership position that they should not use those words, it's actually egregious for the board to not take action.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall?
Yes, thank you so much. I just have two quick concerns. One is that I agree with Babette. The N-word is never, ever acceptable, especially coming from a school leader. And I don't know that it was resolved to the satisfaction of the NAACP, because Reverend Brown and I have not been informed about that. We do have some sessions at the school, but the N-word is never, ever, ever, ever acceptable for coming from a school leader. The second one, that we say farewell and thanks to Dr. McCrae for her excellent work. And there's a young lady on the team who is very passionate, has been with Ali for a long time. And I hope that she will be considered for an interim position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
You're welcome.
Liliana?
Hi, I just wanted to echo what Ms. Marshall and Bivette said. I was shocked to hear that a principal used the N-word. I was shocked that parents throughout SFUSD wrote an article stating that it's okay to use the N-word. I'm just shocked, and I'm just surprised that after listening to the presentation today, that a member would step to the podium and say that everything was resolved well. So I'm hoping that.
Thank you. That is your time. Thank you so much. That concludes public comment.
The board will now go into closed session. I call a recess of the regular meeting. All right, reconvene to open session. Vote on student expulsion matters. I move approval of the stipulated expulsion agreement of one middle school, matter number 2121 to 2022-20 from the district for the remainder of the spring semester 2022 and with suspended enforcement for fall 2022. I move approval of the stipulated expulsion agreement of one middle school, matter.
I'm sorry, President Lamb. We do need to do a motion and second after each of them for roll call. I'm sorry if that was left out. Sorry, so on on the expulsion number 20, we need to do a roll call vote. Do them individually.
Roll call vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Vice President Bogus.
Yes.
Commissioner Shu.
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Wiseman Ward. President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes. President, who seconded it? Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we can go to the second one.
I move approval of the stipulated expulsion agreement of one middle school, matter number 2021 to 2022, number 21 from the district for the remainder of the spring semester 2022 and for fall 2022. Could I have a second as well?
Second.
Roll call, please.
President, or Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Vice President Bogus.
Yes.
Commissioner Shu.
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Wiseman Ward. President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes.
I move to expel one high school student, matter number 2021 to 2022, number 22, from the district for the remainder of the spring semester 2022 and for fall 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Vice President Bogus.
Yes.
Commissioner Shu.
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Wiseman Ward. President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes.
Number 2, vote on employment contract for unrepresented executive employee, head administrative officer. I move to approve the contract for the head administrator office at a salary set at grade 6, step 4 for 1-year term commencing on June 17, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alexander.
Yes.
Vice President Bogus.
Yes.
Commissioner Shu.
Yes.
Commissioner Matomedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Wiseman Ward. President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes.
Report from closed session. In one matter of anticipated litigation, the board gave direction to general counsel in the matter of student BY versus SFUSD. The board approved a settlement and release agreement up to the stipulated amount. In the matter of the United Administrators of San Francisco, Administrator San Francisco United School District versus SFUSD, the board approved a settlement of claims regarding 2022 layoff. All right, that concludes our report out from closed session, adjournment at 1:15 a.m. Thank you, good night.